Jaya प्रोज्जितकैतमोत्रपरमो नर्मत्सराणां सदां वेद्यं वास्तवमत्रवस्तु शिवतं तावत्रयोन्मूलनम् श्रीमद्भागवते महामुनिकृते किं वा परैरीश्वरः सत्यो वृद्धवरुध्यते प्रकृति शुश्रूषुभिः तक्षणात् निगमकल्पतरोर्गलितं फलं शुकमुखादमृतद्रवसंयुतं पिबत भागवतं रसमालयं मुहुरहो रसिका विभावुकाः सच्चिदानन्दरूपाय विश्वोत्पत्त्यादिहेतवे तापत्रयविनाशाय श्रीकृष्णाय वयं नमः। यं प्रव्रजन्तं अनुवेदकृत्यं द्वैपायनो विरहकातराञ्चुभाव पुत्रेति तन्मयदयन्तरोऽभिनेतु तं सर्वभूतहृदयं मुनिमानतोऽस्मि। यस्वानुभावमखिलश्रुतिसारमेकम् अध्यात्मदीपमतिविशेषतां प्रमोदं संसारिणां करुणयाः पुराणगुह्यं तं व्याससूनुमुपयामि गुरुं मुनीनां। नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयमुदीरये। कमनीयं शोरमुग्धमूर्ते तळवेल्लुपडिदानदानविल्लोः मम वाचि सम्पदां मुरारे मधुरीं कनिकाविकाविकावि। नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रसाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्तस्वामिने नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वतीदेवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषशून्यवादी पश्चात्यावेशकारिणे। श्रीमद्गुरुचरणारविन्दाभ्यां नमः। वन्दे नन्दवकस्त्रीणां पादरेणुमभीष्टशा यासां हरिगतोगीतं पुराणे भुवनत्रयं गोपीचरणारविन्दपरमाणुवे नमः। पीताम्बरं करविराजितचक्रशङ्खं कौमोदगी सरसिजं करुणासमुद्रं राधासहायमतिसुन्दरमन्दहासं वातालयेशमनिशं हृदि भावयामि। कोमलं पूजयन् वेणुं श्यामलोऽयं कुमारः वेदवेद्यवरं ब्रह्म भास्वतां पुरतो मम। मूकं करोमि वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयति गिरिं यत्कृपालमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवं। श्रीकृष्णाय नमः। श्रीराधाय नमः। सर्वत्र गोविन्दनाम संकीर्तनं गोविन्द गोविन्द। श्रीपरीक्षितुवाच ब्रह्मन् ब्रह्मण्यनिर्देश्ये निर्गुणैर्गुणवृत्तया कथं चरन्विश्रुतया साक्षात् सदसदप्तरे। श्रीशुकौवाच बुद्धीन्द्रियमनःप्राणान् जनानां सृजल् प्रभु मात्रार्थं च भवार्थं च आत्मने अकल्पनाय च। सैषा उपनिषद्धामि पूर्वेषां पूर्वजैर्ददां श्रद्धया धारयत्यस्तां क्षेमं तचेत किञ्चन। अप्रतिवर्णयिष्यामि गाथां नारायणान्वितां नारदस्य च संवादं ऋषेर्नारायणस्य च। एकदा नारदो लोकान् पर्यटन् भगवत्प्रिया सनातनं ऋषिं द्रष्टुं ययौ नारायणाश्रमम्। यो वै भारतवर्षेऽस्मिन् क्षेमाय स्वस्थयेन धर्मज्ञानशमोपेनम् आकल्पादास्तितस्तदा तत्रोपविष्टं ऋषिभिः कलाभग्रामवासिभिः परीरं प्रणतो पृच्छन् अपृच्छन्ति तमेव कुरुद्वः। तस्मै भगवान् ऋषीणां शृण्वतामिदं यो ब्रह्मवादपूर्वेषां जनलोकनिवासिनां। श्रीभगवानुवाच स्वयंभुव ब्रह्मसत्रं जनलोके अभवत् पुरा तत्र स्थानं मानसानां मुनीनामुद्धरेदसाम्। श्वेतदीपं ददवति त्वयिद्रष्टं तदीश्वरं ब्रह्मवादसु संवृत्तः श्रुतयो यत्र शेरते तत्रहायमभूत्प्रश्नस्त्वं माम्यमनुपश्यसि तुल्यश्रुतलभाशीलस्तुल्यस्त्रियारिमध्यमा अभिचक्रुप्रवचनम् एकं शुश्रूषवो परे सनन्दन उवाच सुसृष्टामिदमा प्रियशयानं सह शक्तिभिः तदन्धैवोदयं चक्रुस्थलिङ्गेषु दयपरं यथा शयानं सम्राजं मदिनस्तल्पराक्रमैः प्रत्युषेभ्येभ्य सुश्लोके बोधयन्त्यनुजीविनाम्. So we had looked at the background of Shruti-Gita till now. As we discussed yesterday, that Shrutis are glorifying Krishna within the heart. When Krishna wakes up within the heart, that is this prayers are referring to wake up Krishna from within the heart of everybody. So Shruti means Shruti is Vedam. Vedam is Shruti. And other literature like Smriti, Dhamma Shastram, all others they all belong to the category of Smriti. So that is why in the next verses you will see that words that will make us be conscious of the presence of Krishna within the heart, that knowledge is addressed as Shruti. That's why we will see the next verse, 3-4 verses. Shrudaya uchuhum jaya 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 jakya jamachida dosh pribhita gunam Tomasi yadalpana samavarutta samasta bhagam Akajato kasoma akila shaktava bhavo nagate Ujida jayalpana janato nujare nigamaha Brakadubadattam edana vayandya vasheshanaya Ida udaya samayo vigradera mudiva vigudami Adakashayo adustuyimano vajanam charitam Kathamayada bhavanti muvidattabadani manam Ididasurastrayadipade akhila lokamalam Shabana kathamrudati avagakyatamam sijahum Kimudamuna sadhama viduda ashayakalaluna Parmabharandiye patamajastra sukhanubhavam. So Shruti is saying, Shrudaya Uchu, Shruti is saying that Shruti-Gita goes like this. So the first verse is waking up Krishna. What it says is Jaya Jaya, all glories to you. All glories to you. And Jaya Jaya, and then the next word is Jahi. Jahi means please kill this. Kill Jahi. And Ajam. Ajam means has got two meanings. Ajam has got two meanings. Ajam is goat and Ajam is also Maya. Both meaning that word Ajam has got. So literally sometimes people took it that Jaya Jaya Jakyam Aja. They took it like this. Jaya Jaya Jakyam Aja. In other words, that kill that goat. Kill the goat. So apparently it seems that people say that because this instruction was taken that way, that is how sacrificial goat has come. People started sacrificing the goat in this way. People started sacrificing the goat because they took the meaning as Ajam is goat. And when they started taking the meaning of the word as goat, then they started killing the goat, and that is one argument. Ajam Jahi. So sometimes from this what we have to understand is that where we are in our consciousness, accordingly we will take the meaning from the Shastra. When Shastra is telling us something, according to our own state of consciousness, we will take the instruction. That is how it happens. So here you can see Ajam Jahi. In other words, there's also the meaning of the word Maya there. So people started saying that instead of killing that, in order to kill Maya, you make a sacrifice of a goat. In that way, people started misinterpreting these things. Dosha Gubhita Gunan. It says Dosha Gubhita Gunan. The headed Ha, it is what is known as Chandasam in the Vedam. Then sometimes it is Grihita Gunan, but Grihita Gunan it says that is the science of the grammar, Vyakarana Shastram in the Indian. So in Chandas they will say Griha, but instead of that Ha has become Bha there. That is how that word Grihita Gunan has come. Grihita Gunan has become Grihita Gunan. Katham Charandi Shudayaha. You can see there. Katham Charandi Shudayaha. So, Jaya Jaya Jahyajam Ajida Dosha Grihita Gunam and Tomasiyadalmana Samavarudha Samastabhagam Agajagadogasa Akhila Shakti Avabhodagate Ujirajayalmana Adacharado Nujare Nigamam. And it Kathajarandi Shudaye, if you see earlier mentioned there, see that first verse, Parikshit asking that question, Brahman Nirdeshi Nurgune Gunarutaya Katham Charandi Shudaya. There is a question, isn't it? Katham Charandi Shudaya Sakshal Sadasada Pari. The first verse, the second line, it says Katham Charandi Shudaya. In answer to that, it mentions here Anuchare Nigamaha. That is why that word Anuchare Nigamaha, the last word in this first verse. Charato Anuchare Nigamaha. Katham Charandi Shudaya. How does the Shrutis talk about the Vedam? So in answer to that, Charato Anuchare Nigamaha. That with Maya and sometimes with Maya and permanently or eternally, Sadananda Rupena, that means in full bliss, that what is happening there is that Vedam talks about the truth. Kuchita Jayalpana Agacharado Agachari Nigamaha. So, here, our discussion, our topic is here Vedastudi, isn't it? Vedastudi. And how Vedam glorifies Krishna and how that will become a cause of self-realization. That is the question here. That's the question here. How does it help to realize the self? That is the question here, isn't it? That's our question. How does the Veda Shruti or Stuti Gita will help us to realize the truth? So, for in the Vedic tradition or in the Sanatana Dharma tradition, Shruti is our topmost pramanam. Topmost pramanam is Shruti or Vedam. And all other religions also, all other religions in this world, they will also talk about their authority, isn't it? For example, in the Christian religion, they'll talk about Bible. Islam religion, they talk about Quran. So, there will be some authority for every religions in this world. Even among the Sanatana Dharma followers, there is Vaishnavas, Shaivites, and then there is Ganapatiyas, who are worshippers of Ganesh. And then there is Haumaram, who are worshippers of Subramanya. And there is worshippers of Shakti, which is known as Shakti. Like this, different sampradayas exist in Sanatana Dharma also. And every one of them, they will talk about a book as their authority, as a book as their authority. If you ask the question, is that how you are talking about Vedam? If you ask that question, no, it is not. That is not how it is spoken, Vedam is. Because normally we say a book is an authority, isn't it? And sometimes suppose you are born in a particular tradition or you have taken initiation in a particular tradition, therefore we say that is the authority. Normally, it is like that, isn't it? So, because they are born in that tradition or they have accepted some initiation in that tradition, they accept that book as the authority, only because of that. So they are feeling that identification, and they feel the pride that is our authority in that way. But we don't say Vedam is the authority because of our pride, that Vedam is the authority. Because Vedam itself says it is Apaurushayam. It says Apaurushayam. Apaurusham means beyond human, where human beings has its limitations, isn't it? Estu bhayona vidyate edam vadanti vedena tasmal vedasya vedada. Vedam is saying pratyakshana animityeva. Directly, not like other authority, Vedam says to us, it is Apaurushayam. Apaurushayam means what you cannot find by direct experience, or what you cannot get to know by any inference or speculation, then pratyakshana estupayo na vidyate, and you are stuck there. You can't go more than that, further than that. Evam vadati vedena tasman vedasya vedada. That is what it is, Apaurusham. In other words, Apaurusham means it is a revealed literature, revealed text, isn't it? Which means that nobody has written this Vedam. Vedam has not, you cannot say anyone is the author of the Vedam. Even the sages through whom the Vedic hymns, Vedic knowledge has come to this world, they also don't claim that they are the authors of the Vedic knowledge. They are not the author of the Vedas. It has come through them, through their, the revelations happen through them. So therefore they are called mantra drashtava. Drashta means that from the air, paramadam, the sound, that sound has flown through them in the form of Vedic hymns. They were able to capture this paramadam, which is present all the time in the creation. From that paramadam came the Vedic hymns, Rigvedam, Yajurvedam, Samvedam, Atharvana Vedam, which were all together once. Later on, Vedavyasa Maharshi broke them into four: Rigvedam, Yajurvedam, Samvedam, and Atharvana Vedam. But those hymns in all these Vedas, they are directly coming from the Paramadam, from the Shabda Brahman that has come. And they were captured by the Rishis, and they have given it to us. They had that capacity to reach that. So, what they say is, they have actually, darshanam has happened to the Rishis. Rishis received it as a darshanam. Darshanam means they were able to, they are drashtava. Drashta means they have seen, and they have, what they see is the darshanam. The process of seeing is darshanam, and what they have seen is drishyam. The drashta, they are the seers, and darshanam is the process of seeing that, and drishyam is what they have seen. So rishis, they didn't manufacture it or, but through their intelligence or mind, somehow it was revealed to them, and therefore they are called mantra drashta. Mantra drashta. Drashta means they have, it was given to them and they have seen it. It was shown to them and they have seen it. And they are not srishta, mantra srishta. Srishti means to create. They didn't create them. It was given through them from the Shabda Brahman. It has been released through them. Therefore, we say mantra drashta krishayaha. Mantra drashta ve krishayaha. All the rishis are mantra drashta. Mantra drashta. So they have seen, they have got this mantra, and their darshanam is this, all this mantra. Which one? All the Vedas and Upanishads. Upanishads are also part of the Vedas, isn't it? So Upanishads and Vedas are there, what we call as darshanam. It is not something they have manufactured or they have from their brain or mind, but it was revealed through them. It came through them to this world. Therefore, they are called drashtava. They have seen it and they got it. So, therefore, it is called Apaurushayam. It does not belong to the ability of anybody, including the rishis. In other words, it was not created by Purusha. It doesn't come from any person from here. And therefore, the corruption that will happen in course of time. In other words, corruption of the person who has, suppose normally anything when you create in this world, any book or any literature, in there is always some corruption of the person who has written. And the corruption of the false ego of that person will be there. And similarly is individual mind, their corruption. All these things will be there. But in Vedam, such corruption doesn't exist. Such these scholars who have studied Vedam, they have agreed on this point that Vedic literature has no corruption in there. Normally, anything that's been written or spoken by anyone in this world, there will always be some corruption in it, of the ego or ahangaram inside, or from the mind, according to the chittavritti inside, or the personal, if he has any personal preferences, those corruptions will always exist in the literature. But Vedam does not have that. Why? Because nobody has written that. It was revealed to them from the Paramadam, from the Brahman. Shabda Brahman has revealed to them, to the Rishis, and Rishis gave it to us. That's all it is. Upanishad said Vedam. That because it was revealed through them, they are called Mantra Drashta. They are the Drashta. So, not only that, what else is Vedam has become the authority? What else is the reason? Vedam is not showing to us something new. It's not trying to tell us about something new, what we don't have. Just like you can see, the mirror is an authority for us. Mirror. For example, like we say, if you want to find your face, you look at the mirror, isn't it? You look into the mirror. In whatever you see in the mirror, that's there on your face. That's there on your face. Similarly, in other words, the mirror is actually a reflection of your face, and therefore mirror is an authority for you as far as your face is concerned. Because it is only showing exactly what you have on your face, that's what the mirror will show. Similarly, when you don't require any other authority and it is on its own, it is capable of revealing the truth to us, and due to ajnanam or avidya, without knowing the truth, when we are in a situation like this now, because of avidya, we know very well that there is avidya in all of us, isn't it? Avidya or ajnanam. What is the proof? Proof is this, that we don't know who we are. That is the avidya. We don't know who we are. That is the avidya or ajnanam in us. So when we are in that state, that Vedam is telling us that you have already got it, the truth you have, but we are not experiencing the truth. And we haven't got any other way of finding it out either. In that situation, Vedam is trying to give us some indication through which we will be able to accept that reality of our identity, what Vedam is revealing to us. This is the business of the Vedam. That's what Vedam does to us. What we do not know about us, that means our identity we don't know. Vedam is telling us it's already there inside. So in order to realize that, because what is the reason why we are not able to realize our identity? Due to avidya or ajnana. So the position or the purpose of the Veda is to remove that ignorance from us and show it to us our identity exactly like a mirror, and you look at in the mirror how it gives you the information about your own face, how you can see in the mirror for yourself and get convinced that this is what you are. What you are seeing is exactly yourself. Similarly, what Vedam does is, it removes that avidya or ajnana from inside and show to us that that truth what we are all looking for, you can see within yourself. And when you do that, you realize the self. That's what the way Vedam is. So, Paroksham, Shruti, what it does is Paroksham. Paroksham means indirectly. Indirectly, it points out to the truth. Instead of saying the truth is somewhere else in some place far away, somewhere the truth is, what the Vedam does to us is that continuously it is telling us, explaining to us that through this process, if you take it, Vedam is saying to us that truth what you are looking for can be seen within yourself, just like when you look at the mirror, how you see yourself as clear as anything. So, and you can get convinced that that is your face, that's how you look, isn't it? Exactly the same way, like a mirror does to us, Vedam is what Vedam does is, it removes that ajnanam, avidya inside, and shows our pure identity gets released to us, and that is done in an indirect way, paroksha. Parokshawado vedoyam balana manishasanam. Krishna says in the Bhagavatam to Uddhava. Uddhava, it is all Vedam is paroksham. Parokshawado vedoyam balana manishasanam. And therefore it is given as anishasanam. That it says to those who wants to realize the truth, it's so said that you should see and you should do this, and then you will know what it is. And paroksha it is. So, through parokshavadam, it brings aparoksha to us. Paroksha, aparoksha, these two things important. Parokshavadam is everything is spoken indirectly. Everything is spoken indirectly. Aparoksha means it will bring into experience into you. Not to the mind or brain, direct experience you will get it. That is aparoksha. It is called aparoksha anubhuti. Anubhuti is aparoksha. All the presentation is paroksha. Krishna is saying all the Vedic literature, Upanishads, Brahma Sutram, Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, and all other Puranas, all of them, they are all paroksha. Paroksha, it is spoken. Everything is spoken paroksha. But when it comes to us, it is aparoksha anubhuti. It is aparoksha then. Why it is aparoksha? If it comes to mind or brain, it is still not in the state, you have not experienced it yet. But suppose you have experienced it, realized it, then it is aparoksha. Then it is aparoksha anubhuti it is. Then after that, you don't need the book anymore. You don't need the books anymore. Shastra is not required. That is why it is aparoksha. You follow that point, yeah? That paroksha means what is given to us indirect instructions. And that when it properly taken inside and it realized, it becomes aparoksha anubhuti. That is why these two words, paroksham and aparoksham, has come. So, aparoksham is the Vedam, paroksham is the Vedam, aparoksham is the anubhuti. Anubhuti is aparoksham. So, when that happens, what does that mean? It means that by the time aparoksha anubhuti happens, we have started seeing ourselves what we are. What we are. So that is the authority of the Vedam. Veda's authority is like that. What is spoken as paroksham in various means, through different Upanishads, through the different Shastrams like Brahma Sutram, Bhagavad Gita, and Srimad Bhagavatam, various Vedic literature, they are all giving help, support to us and pointing out to the truth from different positions, different angles. It's pointing out to the truth. And that is always done in a paroksham way. Paroksham it is done, but when it comes to realization, it becomes aparoksham. That means aparoksha anubhuti. That anubhuti it becomes. Anubhuti means, that means you already got it, you have become that, and therefore you don't need any more further inquiry after that. It has become your anubhuti. Anubhuti means it has come into realization. After that you don't have to go and refer to the book. or ask anyone about it because you have become that. That means Aham Brahmasmi. That stage has come to that person. So because from then on, you won't tell anybody that the authority is Vedam. What will you say then? Your own experience is the authority then, isn't it? You have become that, and that experience what you have got is the authority after that. But Vedam is only helping us to make everybody become that authority, because only Vedic knowledge is only there to make us realize and experience it and realize it at the end. Experience it and realize at the end, so that that realization should never leave us again. So these experiences is not a new experience, because Krishna is saying that it is already Siddham. It's already there inside. That Krishna is there inside. So that is what's called Vastu Tantra. Vastu Tantra means that it is not a new thing that's going to come from outside. All that is going to happen is avidya goes away and jnanam or the knowledge manifests in a person. So what's already there, Vedam is going to make us realize. What's already there, Vedam is going to make us realize. That's what the Shruti does. Suppose it does not ask you to believe in something new which is already not there. Vedam doesn't do that. It's not asking you believe in something which is not already there, which is not already present there. In Vedam, there are two types of authorities mentioned. For example, one group of presentation is heavenly planets, demigods, Pitrulokam, Gandharva-lokam, and things like that. All those sorts of things. That all you have to believe. You have to believe that. You have no other choice. You can't verify this at this moment, isn't it? You have been told that in planets of the Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, Kinnaras, Charanas, and heavenly planets, Indra is there. All relations, all situations, Pitrulokam, all of them. That you have to believe it. You can only do that much at this stage, isn't it? But here we are not talking about that. Here we are not talking about that. What we are talking about here is relationship with the soul who is present inside everyone, who is present inside, and the subject related to that. Subject related to that. So, as far as realization of the self or realization of the soul is concerned, Vedam is the ultimate authority. Vedam is the ultimate authority. And this is the point what Vedantam insists. Vedantam insists that Vedam is the complete authority. For example, you will see in this world people following different religious processes, isn't it? Various different processes. And some people have realized certain things in their life, either in the form of some siddhis or some realizations they may have in life and experiences in their life. So, and they may say that I had this realization or some kind of closer, better understanding of the truth from their own upasana or from their own effort. They have got to a higher stage. So, but whatever you may have realized in any other, through any other process or any other way or any other route, if that realization is not according to the Brahma Vidya, what is spoken by the Upanishad, and that Brahma Vidya has not happened, Brahma Vidya, what is spoken by the Upanishads, if that Brahma Vidya has not come into a person, then your experience is your authority then, isn't it? Your experience is your authority. For example, Upanishads talks about Brahma Vidya. That is what Upanishads does. Talks about Brahma Vidya. So, whatever you have realized in this world, if you haven't realized that Upanishad Prasiddham, that means what Upanishads have spoken about as that Brahma Vidya. If that is not, if that has been realized by anyone, then your experience is an authority. Your experience is an authority. For example, there are people with various realizations. Some people say that they have seen the light, or some others say they are on an astral plane, or some others will say that they felt that in their dream state somebody had appeared and spoken to them in their dream state. And some others will say that on a particular place where they went, they had some things were revealed to them. Like this, people come up with different experiences in their life. Is it not? Come up with different experiences in their life. That's fine, but whatever you may have received in that way, if the Upanishad's knowledge has come to you, what is known as that Brahma Vidya, if it has come to you, then your experience we will accept as an authority. Otherwise not. That is the problem. Vedanta is like that. Very rigid on that point, because Upanishads are coming through the Vedas, isn't it? So Upanishad Vedyam means what Upanishads are talking about is that truth is the only truth Vedam will accept, because the strength of the authority behind it. Great sages who have given this to us, Nama Paramahishibhyo Nama, we say Paramahishi is our obeisance to them. Therefore, leaving behind these Vedas and Upanishads, there are many other people in this world who talk about their realizations. As I mentioned, some people had in their dream some kind of, they say that we had this vision in our dream. Or some people say they have, in their meditation they have seen the light. Or some others will say that at a certain place where they went, they had some siddhis they have acquired. Sometimes it happens in life. It happens in life. That, so you may take that, all that as that your realization of the truth. You may say that you have realized the truth in that way. But Vedanta is very particular about this, that whatever you have darshanam or realization is you have got it in that way, whatever you have realized. If it is in agreement with the Upanishad's knowledge, which is called the Brahma Vidya, if that Brahma Vidya, if you have, if it has manifested within you and you have that realization, then it is possible you have to accept your authority of all other realizations. Without the knowledge, without the realization of Brahma Vidya within, whatever you may speak as authority of your realization in different ways, that's not acceptable. This is very firm and very rigid. No Acharya will change from this position. Starting from Shankaracharya right up to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they will insist that this must be accepted. This is the way it is. Why? There is a reason behind it. That various people may present various things. It is likely to pollute everything. It's likely to pollute everything. Whereas Acharya's position on this is very firm and clear. That Vedam is about Rishayam, and that is the authority. It is not that asking us to take something, because Vedam provides a lot of logic in various ways to indicate, point out to the truth. And that is the reason. For example, it doesn't matter. You know very well what I am talking about, that people bring various authorities in life, isn't it? Some people say they had certain kind of meditation they have performed, and they have attained the truth, they have realized the truth, they say. Some people say there are different institutions, they are teaching these things. They are saying that they have seen the light in their meditation. And sometimes some of the yogis who have got various siddhis in them, perfection. Once it so happened that one person who was known to me, he was walking through a temple, and there was one sannyasi who was wandering around in the same compound of the temple. So, seeing this sannyasi, this friend of mine went up to him and paid his respects to him. So, that sannyasi felt some happiness towards him, and he picked up some sand, because it was completely sandy area, it was all around the temple, it was full of sand. He took some sand and gave it to him, and told him to put it in the mouth. When he took the sand and put it in the mouth, he felt like sugar. The sand which was picked up from the ground and given it to him, it was exactly like the taste of the sugar inside. Now, these are yoga siddhis. Now, because these yoga siddhis, so many people have got different yoga siddhis in this world. Many yogis have siddhis. But seeing all that siddhis, people should not get misled by that. They should not think, oh, because he has got that siddhi, he has realized the truth you can't say. That is the important thing. That is why Upanishads are insisting this. Because otherwise people will get misled by all these kinds of things. It has happened throughout history. That many times, many yogis, they will, due to their yogic power, because yoga power comes due to intense sadhana. They develop a lot of yogic power, people have developed many things like that. So, due to that yogi power, people will get attracted. Yoga Ishwari siddhis. They get attracted and they get carried away by that. But that does not mean that they have realized the truth. This is what Upanishads are saying. Upanishads' truth has not been realized. They may have acquired yogic power. Now, having acquired that yogic power, at the same time, their realization of Brahma Vidya is in tune with Upanishads, then we can accept them. Otherwise not. Otherwise we will not accept them, because it is not a fanaticism, but it is necessary so that the authority of the Vedas one can never cross over under any circumstances. That is very firm and very categorical about it. You will see this, that in the doesn't matter who the personality is, that is interesting thing. Who the personality is, if he brings something which is not in line with the Upanishad's realization, then it is not acceptable. That is not acceptable. So, only this point will be only very clear who are thinking a much more scientific way about it. For others it will be a little bit difficult, because the logic you have to capture behind it. Why it is spoken so strongly about it. That realization in this world, throughout the world there are so many people looking for the truth, searching for the truth through various processes and means, isn't it? In every tradition there are personalities who have developed many power in yoga process. In various ways they have developed. Does it mean that they have realized the truth? No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. That is why Upanishad says that this Upanishad Vidya, Brahma Vidya, what is spoken in the Upanishads, if that is your realization is in line with that, then it's fine. Doesn't matter who it is, if it's fine. But if it's not, it cannot be accepted. Cannot be accepted. This process, Shankaracharya accepted in Brahma Sutra. Brahma Sutra commentary, if you read, you will throughout he will mention this. That he says here, people will say, because there are so many sages, isn't it? So many great personalities are there. Kapila Maharshi, Kanada, Gautama, many personalities like that. So he says here, suppose you come and tell us something that Kapila has said like this, Kanada Maharshi has said like this, and they were all great personalities, no doubt. We pay our obeisances to them. But if they said something, and if you come and tell us that they have spoken something from the Vedas, but if it is against the Vedic presentation or the Vedic junctions, then we pay our obeisances to them, but we keep them away. That is the process. That's the process. The thing is that, because it will always happen in the society, isn't it? That things can get distorted all the time. It's quite common, isn't it? suppose somebody, because in their days you can imagine many great sages lived and they had their own ashrams, their own disciples, and the disciples would be hearing from their teacher or from the guru. And so it is possible that some of them may go in a different route. It is possible because you can see, for example, Vedavyasa Maharshi had a disciple called, he had four major ones: Paila Maharshi, Sumantu, Vaishambhayana and Jaimini. He taught the four Vedas to these four disciples. Rigvedam was given to Paila Maharshi and Yajurvedam was given to Sumantu, I think, and other two also, other Vedam to one, Pailan, Sumantu, Vaishambhayana and Jaimini. So Jaimini took the Mimamsa. Jaimini took the Mimamsa, what is known as Purva Mimamsa. Now Purva Mimamsa is all the Karmakandam part of it, Vedam. But Vedantam comes from the Uttara Mimamsa, the later half, Jnanamargam. Karmamargam, Jnanamargam. Karmakandam, Jnanakandam. So Karmakandam is what Jaimini has gone with. Yes, Jaimini has gone with the Karmakandam. Vedandam is Vedavyasa Maharshi's, what would you say, is greatest gift, is this Vedandam. So Vedandam, Upanishads belongs to this Vedandam. Upanishads belongs to Vedandam. So what he said was that Kapila Maharshi brought Sankhya. Kapila Maharshi gave Sankhya. Gautama gave Nyayam. So Sankhya, Nyayam. Then Patanjali gave Yogam. Kanada gave Vaisheshiyam. And Jaimini gave Purva Mimamsa and Vedavyasa Uttara Mimamsa. That's how it is. Uttara Mimamsa means Vedanta. So these 6 different sages and 6 different traditions. 6 different traditions. Sankhya, Nyayam, Yogam, Vaisheshiyam, Purva Mimamsa, Uttara Mimamsa. Like that. So they all have something to say. Sankhya is acceptable. Vaisheshiyam is acceptable. But in their tradition, if they say something, if it is not in agreement with the Upanishad's realization, then it's not acceptable. You can see in Bhagavad Gita the same problem. Krishna has only taken that part of Sankhya which is in agreement with the Upanishads. Krishna has only taken that part of Yogam, Patanjali's Yogam, which is in agreement with the Upanishads. It's a very complex world, this world of Shad Darshanam or 6 Darshanam. It's huge and it goes into thousands and thousands of years of history and great personalities behind it. So you can imagine when Krishna gave us Bhagavad Gita, he has only taken that part of the other philosophical. Sankhya is there in the Bhagavad Gita, but only that part of Sankhya which is in agreement with the Upanishads, Krishna has taken to Bhagavad Gita. And similarly, only that part of Ashtanga Yogam, Patanjali's Yogam, that is in the Bhagavad Gita which you see in the 6th chapter. In the 6th chapter, Jnana Yoga. So, like this, but practically it's all Vedanta. Bhagavad Gita is completely Vedanta. Finally, 6, 7, 8 chapters is only talking about the Absolute Truth from the Jnana Marga. Mainly it is stressed on that. So, he mentions here that if they have spoken anything against the authority of the Upanishads or against the authority of the Vedas, then in that case, we have to keep them away. It does not matter even if it is Kapila Maharshi or even if it is Kanada or Gautama, it doesn't matter who it is. Shrudani Ashruda Kalpanam cha Kurvan. In the Bhagavad Gita Bhashya you will see this word. Shrudani Ashruda Kalpanam cha Kurvan. That is a statement about that. So, because why it is like that? In Vedanta, the understanding is Na Sado Vidyate Bhava. That is the answer behind. What it is there, you can't alter it. You can't change it. It is always the same. And Vedam also is not doing and creating anything new for us. Vedam is also not telling us anything new. Because if suppose there are so many things in the Vedic Vedam statements, Prabhupada gave one of the examples. He said everybody will say cow dung is impure, isn't it? Normally that's what but cow dung is used for cleaning the plates. As it's got all the antiseptic properties. Cow dung has got the antiseptic properties. Vedam is telling us that. Our modern science can say cow dung is not pure. It's dirty. It makes the place impure. We will say that. Nobody likes cow dung, isn't it? But cow dung has got this property that in the olden times cow dung was used always. That was our Dettol, or that was our... Now, why is it like that? Because Vedam says that. Until now, nobody got sick because of that, because of the cow dung. So anyway, what the point is this, that the Vedic authority you can't question. That is always, everybody follows that. Srila Prabhupada also mentioned that many times you can't question the authority of the Vedas. If you say that there is no living entities in the moon, Prabhupada's argument was this. You are telling us there is no living entities in the moon. Vedam is saying there is living entities in the moon. Therefore, we can accept your argument. So strong is their authority. There is no, under any circumstances, they will not make any compromise on that. We don't need any scientific proof or anything. Vedam is saying that there is living entities in the moon planet. There is living entities in the sun planet. Because 60,000 Palagilias, what is mentioned in the 12th canto, they are in the sun planet. They have got the body suitable for that. Vedic logic is that anybody can live in anywhere provided you have got a suitable body for that. Palagilias had a fiery body. Our body is predominated with earth. Therefore, we are suitable for earthly existence. Their body is made of fire, predominated by fire, therefore they can live in the fire conditions. Like that. So here, suppose you say the fire is cold. If Vedam says like that, nobody will accept it. Isn't it? Fire is cold, we say, nobody will accept it. So, therefore, why does the Vedam become the authority then? So, Vedam is telling us that Satyam, Jnanam, Anandam, Brahma. Brahma means Satyam, Brahma means Jnanam, Brahma means Anandam. Which means Brahma means truth, Brahma means knowledge, and Brahma means unlimited. That is a Vedic statement. Vedam says like that. Vedam is saying that Brahma means Satyam, Jnanam, Anandam. How did they know that it is like that? If you look into Taittiriya Upanishad, it mentions there about this. Taittiriya says like this, that Tasma Satyam Jnanam Anandam Brahmam Yo Vedaha Nihidam Guhayam Parame Vyomam Soshruti Sarvan Kamana Saha Brahmana Vibhashchidevi. It is in the Vedam. Upanishad, Taittiriya Upanishad, it is one of the statements. Okay, it says here that Satyam Jnanam Anandam Brahmam. Brahman is truth, knowledge and infinite, it is. And Yo Veda Nihidam Guhayam Parame Vyomam. He who knows Brahman, as existing in the space in the heart, Parama Vyomam, is space in the heart. Soshrude Sarvan Kamana Saha. And he enjoys that presence of Brahman inside. For him, Brahmana Vibhashchidevi. For him, all his everything, knowledge is revealed unto him. So here you can see that Sarvan Kamans have Brahmana Vibhashchida. In the cave inside of the heart, there he knows. So Vedam is not teaching anything. Vedam is saying to us, he is there inside like the mirror, but he is inside the heart. And the person, the truth what you are inquiring after, that is Anandam, that is bliss. Brahman, Mukti or liberation, Satya Chitta Anandam, Sachidanandam, that's already, you have got it. You already got it. So just like to give the example, there is a deer when in the forest it is wandering around, and there is a smell coming from the body of the deer. And that smell that's coming from the deer does not know it's coming from its own body, and it's wandering around all over the forest. Where is the smell coming from? is looking for that. Similarly, and finally, I don't know what the English word, Kasturi they call it. Musk is it? Yeah. That. Masculine. So musk is coming from its own body, but it doesn't know that. It runs around all over the forest to find out where that smell is coming from. Similarly, within us, Krishna's presence is there. That because of that, we are doing so many things. We are able to do many things, and we are able to engage in several activities through mind, intelligence, and senses, and this gross body. All this is working and functioning because of the presence of Krishna inside. And similar, but still, we are thinking that we have to find Krishna somewhere else. That's some comparison there. So, we are looking for protection in this world and dependence on something, to be dependent on something. Knowledge, and that knowledge, and we are after. We are after that knowledge to find out where I will find some shelter. So, therefore, Upanishad says to us, Satyam, Jnanam, Anandam, Brahma. All these three things are you. Yourself have got all that. That's what the Upanishads point. Satya, Chitta, Anandam. Three things, isn't it? Eternity, full of knowledge, full of bliss. All these three things is there within you. You don't have to go looking for it somewhere else. This is the Upanishads wants to tell us. That we should stop this inquiry outside and inquiring for that shelter, because why people take to spiritual life? Because of the frustration in this material life, isn't it? Misery of material world and not finding any happiness in this world, trying to adjust the situation here somehow, and all complicated relationships, family life, this, that and the other, and everywhere feeling helplessness ultimately. Can't do anything about it, and in the middle of all that one day we have to say goodbye to everything and go from here. So this doesn't make any sense to anyone who has a little bit thoughtful. They find that this cannot be a permanent situation, this is only a temporary situation what we are brought into. In the middle of all complicated relationships in this world with family members and other things goes wrong. And there again the problems comes, and then in the middle of that you get problems with your own body, mind, and then you see the world in a different way. The very world whom you are trying to help and change and improve, that very same world will turn back on you at that time. So all these things baffles everybody. Everyone gets perplexed by this, by the nature of this world, isn't it? It happens in a very small level, it happens in a big level also. Big level in the sense, now we have different countries, we have formed the borders and different populations, and we say you are American, you are Indian, you are European. Like this we have classified people. And they also each other take sides each other and fight against the other. Somebody say friends, what do they say? Friends, enemies? Allies. You make allies like this, aligning with others. And enemies your friend, in that principle. That's all going on in this world, isn't it? So all these things is only a proof of our dissatisfaction inside. That something is not right here. You cannot have a proper relationship with anyone in this world, it is the truth. Because all relationships are tarnished with something that either motivated or some kind of purity is not there in these relationships. That is what the point is. What I am saying is that it baffles everyone in this world. Today somebody is your friend, tomorrow is your enemy. And the national level also it is happening. One nation is a friend of another nation. For selfish reasons they will align together. There is nothing more than that. And then they will say, oh, we all belong to the same group and all that they will say. It's completely based on the body. And if they have another enemy, they have common enemy, then they will fight together to fight. So these things are going on. And actually thoughtful people find all these things making no sense. And we have to become a part of that. If you don't join any group, also you are in trouble. So this group business and clubbing each other, making this with kind of things. In everywhere it's going on in spiritual organizations, material organizations, in businesses, companies, everywhere it's happening. There's no place without these problems. So, but when you are to get involved in such situations, you start wondering, is this all correct? What is going on? You know that it's not correct, but for survival and existence, you have to join a club. Somewhere, in whatever situation is, you have to declare, I'm with you, so that you don't give me trouble. So, this kind of things. So, it is baffling and it is perplexing to everybody. So, the point is here that ashrayam, so, but you know very well that you can't take shelter of any of these things because they are all false. They are all false at the end. So, where can be the genuine shelter? Everybody needs a shelter at the end. There is some shelter needed, knowledge is required. And that shelter is what we are all looking after. What Upanishads are teaching us, Sattva, Chitta, Anandam. That means Sattva is eternity. Eternity means I exist eternally. I don't need anybody's shelter for eternity. Chit is the knowledge. I have the knowledge. I don't need the knowledge from another outside source. Anandam, third thing. I have the Anandam. I don't need to get the Anandam from outside. That is why these three things are important. Why are they pushing these 3 points, Sattva-Chit-Anandam? Because it's something already there within us. Only due to Ajnanam, Avidya, I am thinking that I need all these things, or I need the shelter and protection from somebody else outside. I already have it inside, but because of Avidya in me, I am not able to realize it, and that is the problem. And that is why Satyam, Sattva, Chitta, Anandam, Sachidanandam, as it is mentioned here, those 3 things, Sachidananda Rupaya, Vishwalpatyadi Hedave, Tapatraya Vinashaya, Shri Krishnaya Namo Namah. Shri Krishnaya Namo Namah. So if you say this same thing, Tapatraya, that is what Tapatraya. Tapatraya means the 3 kinds of distress, isn't it? We have Adhyarmikam, Adibhaudikam, Adidevikam. All these 3 distresses do exist. Adhyarmikam means problems within the mind and our problems inside the body. All of this is Adhyarmikam. External problems of other living entities, what is imposed upon us by other living entities, that is Adibhaudikam. And what is imposed upon us by the nature, like earthquake, floods, cyclone, tsunami, all those things are Adidevikam. So all these 3 kinds of distress we have to face in this world. We have no choice there. Adi Adhyarmikam is there, but Adibhaudikam is very difficult, isn't it? Adidevikam we can't do anything about it. Most of the time we are fighting with the Adibhaudikam. Adidevikam we don't complain because we are helpless. There is no even thinking about it. Adidevikam is concerned. Adhyarmikam also we can tolerate, and somehow as long as the body and mind is in a reasonable shape, there is not a big problem. But this Adibhaudikam, what comes from the other living entities which we have to constantly fight against. So anyway, these 3 things, Tapatrayam is there. So Tapatrayam, these 3 kinds of material miseries, that has to go, and finally full peace, Shanti has to come of total satisfaction inside. If you talk about that in the modern language, it is called fulfillment. It is used very much nowadays, the word fulfillment, isn't it? Fulfillment, absolute fulfillment. So that fulfillment, physical, biological, psychological fulfillment, it's not that. It's not that. It's not a physical fulfillment or psychological or biological fulfillment, because on a much deeper level, even though you may have all these things, which means biological or psychological or physical fulfillment, still there is no complete satisfaction inside. You will not have satisfaction. So it is at that stage he is looking for something on a much deeper level. That's spirituality, isn't it? You are not satisfied because sometimes people have all that. They have all the biological needs are met, psychological needs are met, and their physical and biological and psychological, all their needs are there, and they are all reasonably satisfied. But still inside, they will be requiring for something on a deeper level. He's still trying to find out what next. Isn't it? That inquiry is there in everybody. That's why people come to spiritual life. So there, it is like this. There is a story spoken about that to make it a little bit more clearer. Once it so happened, Ganesh, it's in the Puranam, this story. Ganesh goes to see Vaishravana. Who is Vaishravana? Vaishravana is Lord Shiva's associate. So he goes to see Vaishravana. He's a devotee. So Vaishravana wanted to invite Ganesh for a dinner. This is all going on there also. The same thing what we are doing here. Inviting and making friendship and all that. So Ganesh was invited by Vaishravana once. And Ganesh went to visit Vaishravana. So, but Vaishravana arranged a big feast. Ganesh likes to eat well. Isn't it? You know, Ganesh is known for that, eating. So the feast was very good. And Vaishravana arranged everything and large quantities of food also he has cooked, so that Ganesh is totally satisfied. Everything was served to Ganesh. Ganesh ate everything. And then he still says, I'm hungry, he says. Ganesh says, I'm hungry. And Vaishravana didn't know what to say now. He couldn't do anything about it. At that time, Lord Shiva comes there, seeing that he has put Vaishravana in a very awkward situation. And what did Shiva do? Shiva handed over him flat rice in the hand, a handful, and told Ganesh to eat that. After Ganesh has eaten that, Ganesh says, no, I am satisfied. He says, and then they left the place. This story happened to Ganesh. This happened to Ganesh. So, although Vaishravana had spent all his wealth to feed Ganesh, Ganesh was not satisfied. But when Lord Shiva gave this to him, a handful of flat rice, he was satisfied. Similarly, human society also, with the money and the position and sense enjoyment, all these things he has got, still he is not satisfied. Still he is not satisfied. It is at that time, by the mercy of the spiritual master, he realizes that when he hears this, one of these Mahavakyams, Aham Brahmasmi or Anam Brahma, from the spiritual master, he gets a total satisfaction inside. Spiritual master's instructions to the disciple completely satisfies him. After that, he is not looking for anything. All his inquiry has come to an end. So therefore, that satisfaction comes complete at that point, because what has the spiritual master done to him? He has made him aware, for your fulfillment and perfection, nothing is required from outside, that's already there within you. All what he has done is, he has taken your attention towards that place, where it is. That is spiritual life. That's why it is important that we have to be first convinced that what I am looking for is not outside, it is inside. Only in that, remember yesterday we spoke about that verse, Antaryami. Antaryami principle is the most important thing in spiritual life. Tameva sharanam gacha, sarvabhavena bharata, el prasadal param shantim sthanam prapsyasi shashvatam, in the 18th chapter. Where does he say that? Immediately after the Ishvara's, you will see the place where it is spoken, Krishna has spoken. First saying, Ishvara sarvabhudanam hrideshe arjuna tishtari. Brahmayan sarvabhudani yantrarukhani mayaya. After saying that, it is the next verse. That is the importance of that. First Krishna says to us, in all living entities, sarvabhudani, hrideshe, within the heart, Arjuna, I am there. Tishtari. Hrideshe, Arjuna tishtari. And it is he sitting there, keeping us in this, what do they call the giant wheel? Giant wheel of karma. he is sitting there, he is rotating us. Brahmayan Sarva Bhutani, all living entities is going through this cycle of birth and death. And that is the wheel. Yantra Rudhani Maya. Maya is doing that, but it is supervised from here, from within. If you have accepted that verse, then the next thing Krishna says, Tameva Sharanam Gacha. Surrender there to that person, Antaryami, who is inside there. Deity worship and all is to get to this point at the end. Deity worship, Krishna Prabhupada mentions it after that. Deity worship is for this purpose only. To bring us to this point, Tameva Sharanam Gacha Sarvabhavena Bharata. If it doesn't happen, we will remain in the deity worship stage. We won't go further than that. That is why among the three classes of devotees, which Nivina Vayogi Sambhadam, you have seen three sides of devotees, isn't it? Sarva Bodeshu Yapashe, Bhagavad Bhava Valmaya, Budhani Bhagavad Pyasha Savai Bhagavadotama, the first class devotee. Talking about one who sees the Antaryami in everyone. That's the first class devotee. Second class is the Ishwarota Adineshu Balisheshu Dishasuja. That means one who sees who discriminate people. That somebody is my friend, somebody, he says, if you look into that word, he says, Ishwaro, in the second chapter, I think, in the 11th canto, he says, Ishwaro tad adhineshu, balisheshu, dishasuja, and prema, maitri, kripa, upeksha, ekarodasa madhyama. Verse 45. And 46 and 47. Three verses. Yeah. First verse referring to the first class devotee who has realized Antaryami and seeing Antaryami in everyone. So he not only realizes himself but seeing Antaryami in everyone. That's first class. Second class devotee, Ishware Tadadhineshu Balisheshu Vishwasuja Prema Maitri Kripa Ubeksha Ekarodisa Madhyama. This first class devotee, he doesn't have any differences from one to another. Everyone, Krishna is present there in them. He is fully realized that, therefore he does not differentiate from one person to another. The second type, Madhyama Adhikari, he says there, for him, he keeps friendship with the devotees, he worships the deity at the temple and makes friendship with Krishna in the temple and makes friendship with the devotees, and shows compassion to those who are fallen and indifference to those who are envious or those who are not friendly, unfriendly. Like these four different nature, four classification comes to be. Classification is not a good thing. It's a lower thing. It's not a higher thing. Differentiating people. That's a lower class mentality. That or somebody is upper class, somebody is lower class. If Krishna is present in every living entity, where is the question of higher and lower? Where is this coming from? But because this understanding is not there, people in spiritual life also, they bring all this dirt into that. And then last class is the one, the third class, Archaya Meva Hare Pujamya Shandaye Hare Nathan Bhakteshu Janiyeshu Samata Bhakta Spuda. One who simply sees the deity in the temple and this is all spiritual life is about, and he lives in that consciousness, he is Prakrita Spuda, he says. He is a very he's not saying he's not a devotee, he is a devotee, but he is Prakrita Smuda. Prakrita Smuda requires a lot of purification within. That's what is necessary. That's what he's saying like that. So these three kinds of devotees also has come, and similarly, and what the spiritual master does is that seeing here and realizing here is more important within. Therefore, what he does is at the end, by his grace, when he sees and he speaks this Mahavakyam to the devotee, and finally, what happens? That at that point he says total satisfaction, total fulfillment happens to him. Because he also realizes that for his own fulfillment or perfection, nothing is required from outside. Nothing is required from outside. I am myself complete. I am myself complete. And therefore, what happens to him? Samudraeva Gambhiryam Sairyam Medayo Vyavasthiti, Yoga Vasishtam says. At that stage, his position is Samudrameva Gambhiryam, just like the ocean. Ocean's what do they say? The depth is immeasurable. You can't measure it, isn't it? It measures the sense that it is so deep, the ocean, and even though there is so many powerful waves are coming, the ocean is able to keep everything within its capacity. It keeps everybody under control there. Everyone, whoever goes to ocean, you can't fight in the ocean. Ocean will take you under its control. So powerful the ocean is. And therefore, Gambhirya, that depth of anything what is going on inside, it is outside, it is calm. The sea is calm outside. So, Sthainiyam Meru University. Meru mountain is the highest mountain, and that steadiness in the Meru mountain. Then, Andasya Shitalaha. This is about the realized soul talking about. Externally, inside he is full of realizations. That means the depth of knowledge and realization is very high inside. Externally, he has the appearance that a grand look. That means he is not disturbed by anything what goes on outside. Then Andasya Shitalaha, he is very cool inside. And the depth of an ocean, and because deeper ocean, if you go further into the ocean, far into the ocean, in the depth there is no waves there. Waves are all near the land, isn't it? Most of the waves are near close to the land. But further down, if you go into the ocean, there is no waves there. Similarly, one who has realized the truth, one who has realized the Tattva Jnana, or some, he will naturally have that Samadhi state very easily. Samadhi is, in the Vedanta, what they say is like Tattva Jnana. Tattva Jnana means Samadhi. Tattva Jnana means realization of that truth inside. That is Tattva Jnana, and that itself is called Samadhi. In Yoga Vasishta, how it mentions is Tattvatma Bhavaya Eva Sarvada Tanavavaha Prokta Samadhi Shabdena Prokta Samadhi Shabdena Tatu Toshni Avastitihi. That is what it is. Tattvatma Bhavaya Eva. So Tattvatma Bhavadam in the Jnana Margam, what is called in the Ashtanga Yoga Samadhi is one and the same. In Samadhi state, through the yoga process, what you will reach, the same state you will reach through Tattva Bhavadam or Tattva Jnanam in the Jnana Margam. Not that you sit there in quietly like in the yoga process. There is a difference also that Jada. Jada means where you sit like a stone without any movement, like in the yoga system. Ashtanga Yoga, that's what they do. So that is not the Samadhi what Jnanis are talking about. Jnana Samadhi, that is called Yoga Samadhi. Jnana Samadhi is different. Jnana Samadhi is actually Bodha Samadhi. There is a difference there. Yoga Samadhi is what you reach through yoga process, Ashtanga Yoga. That is Yoga Samadhi. Jnana Samadhi is called Bodha Samadhi. In other words, in Jnana Margam, what is happening is you are becoming, realizing about Bodham, awareness of your consciousness inside. Right? Awareness and being situated in that state all the time. That is called Bodha Samadhi. So, Bodham, now what is the difference between Yoga Samadhi and Bodha Samadhi? Yoga Samadhi can come and go. You may not be able to stay in that all the time. Because many yogis, when they reach that Yoga Samadhi, they can stay sometimes for hours together or even sometimes days together. But one day they will come back from that to the normal or original state. But Bodha Samadhi is not like that. Bodha Samadhi doesn't come and go. Once you have reached that Bodha Samadhi, then you are that. Like in the case of Jadakarada, Dattatreya, Shubhabrahmarshi, Vrishabhadev, and many others like that. They are all in the Bodha Samadhi state. They may have used yoga for their spiritual life. That's another thing. They were all yogis also, but they all reached the state of Bodha also. Bodham also, they come to the Bodha Samadhi state as well. In other words, it's always there in them. You can see Jadakarana always in that state, isn't it? Not disturbed by anything. When he was taken in front of Bhadragali, he said he was not disturbed. When he was caught all up by Raghunatha's men and Raghunatha wanted to punish him, he was not disturbed. Why? Bodha Samadhi. In Bodha, he has come out of the body. In Bodha, in awareness, he is out of the body. So, therefore, in whatever, in Krishna is coming as spiritual master in some form in front of everyone, and that actually is not the person. It is not the person. So, in a personal form, if somebody has given instructions, still we have to know the source of that instruction or from the root from where it is coming. Even though it may be coming through a particular person's body, the source is Krishna. The source is Vedam. Vedam is Krishna. Vedam is Krishna. Upanishads are Krishna. Jnana. That knowledge is Krishna. So, even though that is a big mistake, most of the time people make this mistake. Arjuna also made the mistake. That is why Arjuna had to be reminded again by Krishna later. In the Mahabharata war, Arjuna heard Bhagavad Gita from Krishna. And after that, Arjuna was a completely changed person. He fought the war. And by now, Arjuna was thinking about Krishna in one way, that Krishna is the supreme person and personality with whose mercy I have won the war. Everything Arjuna acknowledged. But still, the message didn't work well enough. That is why later on, when Krishna left the world, by then Arjuna has forgotten Bhagavad Gita. Forgotten in the sense, the message was not taken deeper level, what Krishna wanted him to take. So therefore, when Krishna left the planet, Arjuna one day started feeling desperate. And he had a very difficult time. And Shuka Brahmashi says here, the only thing what brought him back to full realization was Bhagavad Gita. It is there. If you look into the first canto, where Shuka Brahmashi mentions there that the beauty of it, if you look into the 15th chapter of the first canto, verse 30, that it mentions there, Gītam Bhagavata Jnanam Yattal Sangramo Dhani Kala Karmadamo Ruddham Punaradhyagamat Vibhu. Gītam Bhagavata Jnanam, that Bhagavad Gita's Jnana, the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita, Yattal Sangramo Dhani, Yattal Sangramo Dhani, he says, that because of the time, because of karma, because of Bhoga Asakti, that means due to Sangrama Murdhani, due to sense enjoyment. These three things. Because of Sangram, Kalam, Karmam, Bhoga Asakti. Three things. Due to that, what happened? Gītam Bhagavata Jnanam Yatal Sangrama Murdhani Kalam, Karmam, Tamoruddham. Three things. Kalam, Karmam, Tamasa. Due to these three things, that knowledge of Bhagavad Gita has not helped Arjuna at that point. So he had to go and start reading Bhagavad Gita again. And then it came back to him very quickly. He got it back. Punaradhyagamat Vibhu, he says, that jnanam which was covered by Kalam, Karmam, and due to Tamasa inside, Punaradhyagamat Vibhu, again it re-manifested in Arjuna. So there you can see here that it has happened in that way that Arjuna come back to his senses, and he says there. So important point here is, what was the mistake Arjuna has done? Everybody does the same thing. That Arjuna looked at the form and fell into that trap. Instead of the knowledge what Krishna has given and taking that message seriously, always thought Krishna will be there in any situation to help. Krishna is my friend. Krishna is always there to help. And Krishna was there all the time. But when Krishna left this world and gone away, and then Arjuna felt helpless. Arjuna realized that Krishna has withdrawn all his strength and capabilities, everything he has lost. And that time Arjuna started thinking, what went wrong? I was very surrendered to Krishna. I was doing everything what Krishna has asked me to do, and I did everything. Why? Then only he realized, Krishna has told me only one thing. What is that? Bhagavad Gita. I didn't take that very seriously. I was just doing what Krishna was telling me to do. I did everything what he told me to do. But now that he has gone, he was finding helpless. And this happens in spiritual life. Because sometimes when the spiritual master has got a lot of, how do you call it, a personality like that, great qualities in him, those who come into contact with him, they will get carried away by that. But at that time, if you don't realize the Guru Tattva behind it, we will get victimized by that. It happens to many devotees. Also this has happened. Instead of taking what Krishna has spoken the message, they all got completely carried away by the personality. Prabhupada's personality, in other words. Prabhupada was saying to them, study Bhagavad Gita. Study, all acharyas tells us only one thing, study Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita, you will see in the Bhajagovindam also, Bhagavad Gita, Kinchit Adhita, Ganga Jalalabha Kaniga Pita. There is a verse there. Bhagavad Gita, Kinchit Adhita. Only Bhagavad Gita is a shelter. Whether Shankaracharya says or somebody else says, Prabhupada says, they are all telling us the same thing. Take shelter of Bhagavad Gita. But what happens when we come to spiritual life first, we meet a great personality, we get carried away by that personality, not knowing that personality had been sent here from the same source who spoke Bhagavad Gita. It is he who had sent that. And not recognizing that, and what the source is telling us, Krishna is telling us, what the spiritual master is telling us, it's all the same thing. Study Bhagavad Gita. Take the knowledge and assimilate that within your own life. That is the only way you can escape from this misery. But what happens in that process, even though he may be saying this to us, study Bhagavad Gita, study Bhagavatam, we will say, well, we'll do that later. Now you are here. We don't need all of those things. And we'll go after the personality. This happens all the time. Everywhere it happens. And then one day, suddenly, the personality disappears from this world. Krishna withdraws also the personality after a while, isn't it? So when the personality goes away, then you are lost completely here. Why? Because you didn't take the message seriously. Krishna will be more pleased if you study Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam and take it into your life, rather than standing there and 5 times doing this. It is not important. Krishna is not concerned about it. More than that, if you have done this, studying Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, and this great message of realizing the self, what he has spoken to Arjuna and Uddhava, if we take that on board and change ourselves and surrender to that knowledge, Krishna is more pleased with that. Because in that case, all this time he spent with Uddhava and Arjuna is worthwhile. Otherwise, where is it? Is it not? Does it not make sense? That surrender is to what? Surrender to Krishna's instructions. Instructions are Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. Both these great literature is nothing but Vedanta and Upanishads, knowledge. If we assimilate that knowledge, properly take it in our life, and we take that our life and soul, that pleases Krishna. That pleases Krishna. Whether you have, we are not criticizing the other things. Please do not misunderstand that way. That the sadhana and also the sadhana process and all the what do they say, the seva and everything is not rejected. But more important than that is this surrendering to Krishna's instructions first, taking that seriously and living that life to the best extent possible. One has to, as much as realization allows that to happen. But when that doesn't happen, simply thinking that books and all, well, it's not for me, that's for somebody else, I can read that, and if they get it, it's fine. But I don't have to spend the time on that. If you take that, then it's a very, very limited way of seeing things. So here, that you can see this in the Bhagavatam. Krishna is giving us an examples also. In the 8th canto of Bhagavatam, Satyavrata was there, isn't it? The king, for whom the fish incarnation happened. Fish incarnation happened to Satyavrata. If you look into the 8th canto, you will see this. 8th canto, 24th chapter, verse 46. 8th canto, 24th chapter, verse 46. chapter. This is the one which is spoken about fish incarnation. We all know the story, isn't it? Story is very nice. Amazing story it is. Beautiful story. King, the Revelation mentions here, that even the king, Parikshit, was also very interested to hear that story. Even Parikshit also felt it's a nice story, let me hear that, he said. So he says, Rajovaja, king is saying, Bhagavan, addressing to Shobramashi, says, Bhagavan Shodham Ichhami, I want to hear. Hare Albudha Narmana, that particular pastime, Albudha Narmana, amazing pastime, he says. Avadara Kathamadhyam Maya Moise Vidambana. That I heard that Krishna has taken a body of a fish, Maya Moise, and that fish was a very funny fish, not like the ordinary fish. So I would like to hear the story of that fish, he says, to Shobramashi. So then he says, and Yadamthamagana Drupam Malsyam Loka Jugupsidam, and he mentions there that it looks very awkward, he said, that God has to come in the form of a fish. That's a little bit difficult, isn't it? Many people in this world will find that very difficult to accept that. Oh, your God is a fish? They'll say. So, what they are seeing is only the body, they don't see anything beyond that. So that's why he uses the word Malsyam Loga Jugupsidam. Jugupsidam means something which is very disgusting. Jugupsidam. That he has taken the body of he is a fish, he says. And Tama Prakriti, why is it so special about fish? Fish is in total Tamogunam. There is no Sattvagunam, there is no Rajogunam in the fish, there is only Tamogunam in the fish. Tama Prakriti Durmaksham, Karma Grasta Nileshwara. That tell us this thing, that only if your karma is so bad, if your karma is very bad, you will get the body of the fish in the next life. That is the way. That if your karma is so bad, that you will get the body of the fish. And Prabhupada used to give some examples for that. Once, one of the teachers in America, when he was walking, people were surfing there. You see, they were surfing all the time. He said, you are so attached to the sea, you will get a life there, he said, in the form of a fish. And one fisherman has caught a lot of fish, and he has put them for sale somewhere, I don't know where it was. And it's one of the conversations, you can read this. And Prabhupada is walking with a few devotees, walking that way. So this fisherman, he had a very good catch that day, and there was a lot of nice fish, what he was trying to sell. So he thought maybe Prabhupada would like some nice fish. So he says to him that, would you like to have some of this nice fish, he said. Prabhupada said, no, you will like to enjoy it, he said. Prabhupada said, no, you enjoy and then you suffer, he said. Took him off for that. He had to say like that, because fish is considered like that. They say you get a fish's body means it is one of the lowest forms of bodies among the moving things. Non-moving things like the trees and plants, which is still lower, but among the moving objects, fish is one of the lowest ones. One of the lowest ones, isn't it? So Parikshit Maharaj could not understand that why Krishna has become a fish. So that's why he asked that question. And Shukabrahmashi gave that stories there that the Shraddhadeva went to Kradamala river and he was performing his ablutions. What is called as Sandhyavanam he was performing. So he took water in his hand, and when he took the water in the hand, there was a living entity. This fish was there, a small fish in there. So with the living entity in the water, he can't make an offering to the sun. So he dropped it and he took again and again the same thing happened. So 2 or 3 times it's happened. So then the fish started speaking to the king. So king thought, even at that time, king, it did not come to Krishna's arrangement, it did not come to the king's mind that this is not an ordinary fish. Fish is telling him, the king, why you are throwing me away? If you throw me out, the big fish will eat me
sea, in the river. So please protect me, the fish was telling. So he had this water pot with him. So he put the fish in, the small fish is in, so put him in the water pot and put some water also in that so the fish can stay there. By the time he finished his Sandhyavanam in the ablutions in the river, the fish is saying, have you finished your Sandhyavanam? There's not enough space in the pot. It's just grown bigger by then. I need a bigger space. So he took the fish out and put him in a lake. As soon as he put him in the lake, it became bigger than the lake. And again started speaking. By then the king realized this is not an ordinary fish. So he pulled the fish all the way to the sea from there. It's in the Bhagavatam. Fish is going and the king is going and the fish is following. Holding on to the fish tail, he is walking together. They got to the sea and the fish was left in the sea. At that time, the fish told the king something. Fish says to the king that 7 days from now, the world will come under, it will be completely flooded. And at that time, I will come in a boat and you can jump into the boat and I will give you spiritual instructions for self-realization. All the instructions necessary. I will give you those instructions inside the boat. Sitting in the boat, he said. So the king did everything on the seventh day. On the seventh day, accordingly as we had spoken, the world was flooded, everything was flooded, and the king was waiting and the boat arrived. And the boat arrived and the fish also arrived. And the boat was tied onto the fish, what they call the horns, isn't it? Yeah, onto that. He tied the boat and they travelled in the boat. And the fish started speaking and the king was getting the realizations from that. And that is that verse you will see there, if you look from verse 46 onwards, is the king's reply to the instructions from the fish is from verse 32, Sri Bhagavan Vacha, right up to the verse 45. And the king, by now, after realization happened to him, he is speaking to the fish. And that is the most interesting part of the fish incarnation. So the story is there, but these instructions to the king, what the king has spoken, is the most important part of that chapter. Important part of the chapter. Sridhara Swami mentions there that this devastation, that the whole place was filled with water, is not a real devastation, he says. Because if a devastation happens like that, will there be a boat? Will there be a fish like that? Everything will be covered in water. But the fact is that king was there, so Sridhara Swami says that it's not one. Maya has created that feeling. Maya's creation, that Maya has created in a artificially, it gives the experience to Satyavrata that there is floods everywhere, devastation is happening. Maya can do all that, isn't it? Maya. Maya's capacity is that. If Maya wants to make us all feel that the whole place is flooded, it will be flooded. But it is beyond our imagination, what we cannot think of. Same thing happened to Markandeya also. Markandeya also got to the same experience. Maya playing its game, what it has to do. So there, if you look, what does the king say? He says, Anadya vidyo bahadalpa samvita tannula samsara parishramatula yadruchai hovasradaya mahnuyur vimukti-dona paramo guru bhavan. Saying to the fish, you are the supreme spiritual master. You are the supreme spiritual master. That Supreme Krishna, the Supreme Personality, Absolute Truth, has come in this form to instruct me, he says. Anadya avidyo bahadalpa samvita. Avidya means ignorance, ajnanam, in us. From when? Since time immemorial, it is there in us. Anadi avidyo bahadalpa samvita. Not knowing the soul, that is ajnanam. Alpa samvita means knowledge of the soul, but that hasn't happened to us. Therefore, avidya in us, and that avidya is anadi, from time immemorial. Anadi avidya, avidyobahad alpa samvita, Tanmulam, because of that avidya, what's happening to us? Samsara parishramaturam. In the material existence, continuously working hard every day. Hard working. Parishrama. Parishrama means effort. Putting a lot of effort into this world to keep this material existence going. That's what we are all doing, isn't it? Tannula samsara parishramaturam. Yadurcha evava sadayam atmayur vimuktido na paramo guru bhavan. So, there what happened was, by your grace, Yadurchaya means by Krishna's grace, that by his ichcha, by whose ichcha, that one who comes and takes your shelter, at that time you are sending this personality to give instructions to us, and that is the spiritual master. And let him Vimukti-dona paramo guru bhavan. Let him break our false ego from within. Ahankara granthi, that ego inside, that has to be broken to free ourselves from the bodily existence. That's what he is saying there. So you can see that when fish has come and instructed transcendental knowledge to the king is not saying the fish's body and thinking that, oh, you come as fish, you look very beautiful, such a nice fish you are. He's not saying anything. He's saying to him, you have come to instruct me on the absolute truth. Because for time immemorial, I am in this state of ignorance in me. And because of that, I have no knowledge of my own identity, who I am. Self-realization hasn't happened. But you have come in this form and instructing me. And that's what we also have to realize it first. That any spiritual master, who is a proper spiritual master, his job is only to do what he has been sent here for. That he has no his own agenda. Krishna has sent him for some purpose and he has to do that. It is Krishna who is working through him. That's how we have to see it. Krishna is working through that person. He is not independent. He is completely in Krishna's control. Only thing is, Krishna has selected that person due to his bhakti or jnanam or vairagya, whatever that may be, his qualification. He is qualified for that. Therefore, Krishna has selected him. That is the only way spiritual master can appear in this world. Not otherwise. Now what is happening? They are appointed nowadays, isn't it? You be a spiritual master. Somebody is deciding there. And that is not how it is. It has to happen in this way, then the message will go through properly, in that way. That's why in that whole prayers you will see Guru, 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 everywhere. Jano budoyam jagarma bandhana sukhechaya karma samihade sukham yal sevayam idunotya sanmadim grandhim savidya hradayam sano guru yal sevayam neriva rudra rodanam Puman vijahyan malamalmanastama bhajeda varnam nijamesha soyevyayo bhuyar sanisha paramo guru 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 yadnayat prasada ayudha bhaganesha anyejadeva guruvo janaswayam kartam samedha prabhavanti mamsa tamishwaram tvam sharanam prabhadyem ajakshurandasya dagrani krita tatha janasya vidusho abudo guru Tvamarkadrak sarvadrisham samikshano prudo gururna swagadim bhubulsadam jano janasya adishadesadim matim eya prabhadyeta duratyayam tamaha tvam tvavyayam jnanam amokhamanjasa prabhadyate yena jano nijam padam atatvam sarvalokasya sukalpriyeshwaro alma guru jnanam abhishta siddhi तथापि लोकोन भवन्तमन्थदीर् जानाति सन्तं प्रतिबद्धरामाः त्वं त्वामहं देववरं वरेण्यं प्रपद्यमीशं प्रतिबोधनाय चिन्त्यर्थजीवेर्भगवन् वचोभिर्ग्रन्थीन् हृदयान् विगुणस्वमोहाः. All those verses is all reference to the Guru. What is Guru? What is Guru's position? That is what it is spoken there. Very clearly he explains there, Guru is nobody else than Krishna himself. Krishna, through that form, he instructs you. That is Guru. Through that form, he has to instruct you. And he has to open our ajnanatamirandhasya, that verse. Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurudmiliramyena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Then that is Guru. So that is what it is mentioned there. So by Edurchaya, he says, you have come in front of me and they have instructed me on the transcendental knowledge, and I am here released from this bondage. He said, just like the Parikshit said to Shukra Brahmarshi, king is saying to whom? To the fish, that I have been released from this bondage. It is this Satyavrata who then came as Shraddhadeva, Vaivasvata Manu. He became later in his next appearance, and then from there Vaivasvata Manu came the what Krishna mentioned, Imam Vivasvade Yogam Proktavan Hamam Vyayam Vaivasva Manuve Praha Manuchave Pravi. That parampara of the Surya solar dynasty has come from him later. Shraddhadeva. That's what it is. So he mentions there, I have realized it now and I am completely satisfied, and you are the spiritual master, saying to the fish, you are the spiritual master. So many lifetimes sitting inside us, all of us, for several lifetimes he is sitting with us. One day when he decides to come outside and start instructing us. That is what it is mentioned here. So, and takes our attention again back to him who is inside, Antamutatvam, as it is called, where we will realize our Swarupam, where we realize our Swarupam. And that is what is known as Pratyabhijna. Pratyabhijna means that, realizing our Swarupam inside, who is situated within everybody, and externally in one form, Krishna has come, and internally, and he is present there, and then the Vedic literature is also there. Vedam, what does the Vedam says? What does the Vedam says? Vedam says, Vedam is actually waking up that Antaryami inside. Vedam wakes up the Antaryami inside. So, everyone has Krishna within the heart. Krishna is within the heart. So, Vedam wakes up that Antaryami inside. This is the reason. If you go into the very ancient temples, they have a system there of chanting the Vedam. If you go to Tirupati, you will see, and many other temples also, they have this Brahmanas who have studied Vedam very well. They may not understand the meaning of that, but they will recite the Vedam without any flaw. Without any flaw, they can recite the Vedam. And it is a kind of offering to Krishna, to the deity, reciting the Vedam. Why? Because if you recite the Vedam in the temple, it actually wakes up the Antaryami of everyone who comes to the temple. If you recite the Vedam properly, without mistake. So therefore, many temples, they make arrangements for learned pandits or learned people who have that expertise of chanting the Vedam to sit for a few hours in the morning to chant the Vedam. Just chant the Vedam. Nobody understands the meaning of the hymns. But still, the very sound vibration is capable of waking up the Antaryami inside of anyone who hears that. But of course, these days, people go to the temple, they rush out, and there's no time for anything. They have to catch the flight and so many other commitments. So everything becomes the same rush goes there also. All these things have not been given any thought. Somebody is chanting Veda, or he is chanting something, I don't understand anything, and they go in another direction. All we want to see is the deity there. Everybody is rushing, queuing, pushing others, and all sorts of things goes on. Everywhere is the same thing happening. Because people have become like that, our lifestyle is like that now, so what can you do? Anyway, so this waking up Antaryami inside is what is to be done. So why they recite the Vedas? Vedas have got the same potency to wake up the Antaryami inside, and Krishna loves it when Vedam is chanted very well by the Brahmanas. There are instances where Vedam was chanted and somebody has made some error while chanting, and Krishna has pointed out that from inside. From the deity has spoken to the Brahmanas who are chanting that it was a mistake what you have spoken. Krishna has spoken from within. There are many instances that, not once, several times. They all disappeared now from this world. Originally, they were meant to sit in front of the deity room and chant the Veda. That is where they are supposed to sit and chant. But what happened was, in our present age, where everybody is rushing and pushing inside, all the management has decided they need not sit there anymore, they can sit outside somewhere. So moved away from them. So deity worship includes all these things, chanting the Vedam, and it is an important part, hours and hours of chanting the Vedam. It's not like Kirtanam even, it's on a much higher level, this is Vedam, chanting the Vedam. So all that is changed now to make arrangements. Like you can see that when there is no sufficient facility, when we have to feed people prasadam, we give them in the temple room prasadam also, isn't it? Because there is no space. So similarly, so many arrangements every temple has to make. These are all things what is happening now. In the past it didn't happen because people didn't travel long distances first of all, is it not? They were satisfied with where they were living and they had local temples and local facilities. And now it is not anymore like that. What they call it as in India now, spiritual tourism. They say. Everybody is traveling all over the country to all the holy places. They are thinking that if we go to all the holy places, something will happen to us. We'll go back home, back to Bhagat. Or some understanding like that. And it is not done even properly because traditionally in the ancient times, people walked to all these places, isn't it? Miles and miles they walked and completely leaving home. Probably for a few years they may not see the family members again. When they go to places like Vrindavan, Haridwar, Rishikesh, Badrinath and places, they were walking all this distance, chanting the holy name and living very austere life. They had to live. They will find some temple to sleep at night, some river to bathe, and somewhere in the way they will cook some simple food and satisfy. Rest of the time chanting and or reading Bhagavatam. Very simple life they had. They lived. That is Tirthayatra. That is pilgrimage. That is pilgrimage. And therefore the results were there. That Tirthayatra, like Vidura traveled. When you can see Vidura Tirthayatra, and there is a verse there in Bhagavatam. When he left home, by the time he come back, he had such a big transformation in him, change in him, completely changed the person. When Vidura left, practically about 20-30 years he was away from home on his Tirthayatra. A person who had everything at home, Vidura had a very nice wife, Vidurabhagni was highly devotional, isn't it? In spite of all that, he went on pilgrimage and he went through all the holy places, walking from place to place, taking satsangam wherever it was there and associating with only people, but always alone, within, alone, never making any relationship anywhere. In this way he spent in this world a very long period of time, and finally when he came back to Hastinapur, by the time Mahabharata war was over, Krishna has left the planet, he met Uddhava in Vrindavanam. Uddhava told him all what has happened, and Vidura felt very awkward that he did not see Krishna before he left this world. And that's when he asked Uddhava if he will tell him whatever Krishna has told him. Uddhava said, no, you should go to Haridwar, Maitreya Maharshi is there, he will instruct you about everything, because Maitreya Maharshi was with me when Krishna was instructing, and he has told Maitreya that Vidura will come and see you one day, and give him all the instructions. So this way, but Vidura's Tirthayatra was so long that he has gone to everywhere and spent time in a very relaxed way, not rushing. Whereas now what do we do? What do we do now? Why, before we leave this place, we have got only 1 week or 10 days or 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, we have to get the best out of it. Isn't it? And before we go, we have to book everything, arrange, organize everything. All of us do the same thing. Flights, taxis, hotels, everything. And if only everything is organized, we can go. Otherwise, we can't go. So that's why the results also are the same way. Because this is the difficulty in modern world. Everyone has to live through. But what it is that, so Vedan is saying to here that waking up that Antaryami inside. And so you will see here in the same thing that In the Brihadaranya Upanishad, if you take a look at it, there is a whole chapter what is called Antaryami Adhikaranam. Antaryami Adhikaranam, it says. It's all about Antaryami. All about Antaryami it is spoken about. Mentions there like this, that the and Brihadaranyam has a way of reciting that. If you hear in the temples, you may notice it that because they are trained to recite that, Antaryami Bhagaranam begins there. Ya Prathivyam Tishtan, Prathivyam Andhara, Ya Prathivyam Prithivina Veda, Yasya Prathivi Shariram, Ya Prathivim Andare Andaro Yamayati, Eshada Alma, Andaryam Amritaha. He who inhabits the earth, but who is within that earth. But the earth does not know that he is there. Like us, Krishna has entered the earth also. Krishna has entered us and he is living here inside this body, everybody. But we do not know about that. Similarly, Krishna has entered into earth also. And he is living there, but the earth does not know that. Whose body is the earth and who controls the earth from within, the internal ruler, which is the same as our self immortal within all of us. This is the Antaryami Adhikaranam. Yam Prathivyam Tishtan Prathivyam Andaraha, Yam Prathivina Vedam, Yasya Prathivi Shariram, Yam Prathivi Andaro Yamayati, Eshada Alma Antaryami Amritaha. This is the first one, as far as the earth is concerned. Then, water, it says. Next, water. It says, Yo Apsu is water. Apsu Tishtan Andaryobhi Andara, Yam Abo Lavidu, Yes Aba Shariram, Yo Abo Andaro Yamayati, Eshana Atmanam Andaryami Amritaha. He who inhabits the water, but is within the water. He is in the water, but the water does not know. Water, his body is water. His body is water. And who controls the water from within? The internal ruler, our own immortal self. Krishna is gone into earth, Krishna is gone into water. And that Krishna is within us also in the same way. We don't know him. Water also doesn't know him. Earth also doesn't know him. And fire. Yo Agno Tishtanti Agnesh Andara. Yam Agni Veda, Agdir na Veda, Yam Agdir na Agni Shariram, Yo Agni Andaro Yamayati, Eshada Alma Andaryami Amritaha. He who is inhabiting in the fire, but is within it, whom fire does not know, whose body is fire, and who controls fire from within, is the internal ruler, your own immortal self. So, similarly, the sky. Yo Andarikshe Tishtan Andarikshat Andara, Yam Andariksham Veda, Yasya Andariksham Shariram, Yo Andariksham Andaro Yamayati, Eshada Alman Andaryami Amritaha. All material elements, earth, water, air, ether, earth, water, air, ether and fire. All five material elements, like Krishna has entered within all of us, which we do not know. This body is Krishna's body, which we do not know, and he controls from within, which we do not know, and that is the same self is present in the water in the same way, in the air in the same way, in the sky in the same way, in the fire in the same way, in all the five material elements in the same way. Then in the air. Yo Vayo Tishtan Vayor Andaraha, Yam Vayuna Veda, Yasya Vayu Shaniram, Yo Vayu Andaro Yamayati, Yashada Atmanam Andaryami Amritaha. He who inhabits air but is within it, whom air does not know, whose body is air, and who controls the air from within, is the eternal ruler, your own immortal self. Your own immortal self. Then, then it goes on. Apart from five material elements, there are many other things spoken. It's spoken about the heavens. It's spoken about the sun is spoken about, the moon and the stars. In all of them, as Antaryami, Krishna is present there. In the moon, in the sun, everywhere. It says here, yes, Chandra Tarake Krishnandi. Chandra Taraka Antara. Chandra Taraka means moon and the stars. Yam Chandra Tarakam na Veda, but the moon and stars do not know. Yasya Chandra Tarakam Sharinam. Moon and the stars are his body. Yes, Chandra Tarakam Andaro Yamayati. He is living within these moons and the stars. Yeshada Alma Antaryami Amrudaha. That soul is your own immortal self. You can see how Radharani is bringing us all the creation together into one point, which is the presence of Antaryami within everyone. So like that it goes on and on. So it's a whole chapter about the what is called Antaryami Vyam. That means Antaryami present in all the creation, apart from us. Apart from us. So here you can see here that Sarveshu Bhudeshu Tishtan. Ultimately, finally it says Sarveshu Bhudeshu Tishtan. In all other living entities also. All other living entities also. He is there, but nobody knows about him. Nobody knows about him. So this system, this Antaryami Adhikaranam Brahadharma Upanishad, is all taught to the student before Mahavakyam is spoken. Which means before Prajnanam Brahma, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, all this is given to the student, or they have to go through all this first. They have to study day after day all these things. And they have to memorize these verses in the Upanishad, and it has to come to their realization. They have to start seeing things in this way, like the way it's spoken in the Upanishad. After they bring the student to such a higher degree of realization, after that they give him this final note, Prajnanam Brahma, Aham Brahmasmi. That is given at the very final stage, very final stage. But prior to that, they have to go to Kathopanishad. All the Upanishads they have to study, major ones, at least the 10 major ones. Ishopanishad, Kathopanishad, and all the other 10 major ones. So, Sarveshu Bodheshu Krishna. And then what else it says here? Because first you have to teach about this Antaryami. Most of us are not conscious of Antaryami, isn't it? We are very busy in the world looking for Krishna everywhere. Sometimes we run here, sometimes we run there, somewhere else is there. So, here you can see in everyone inside, what Upanishad says, in the 3 states also, Jagrat, Swapnam, Sushupti. In all these 3 states, what does Antaryami does? He's a Sakshi, witness to everything what goes on, isn't it? And what else he does there in these 3 states? Through the eyes he sees the things. What does he do? He sees the form of everything. Eyes gives you a knowledge of the form of a particular object, isn't it? A person or an object. The form you get from the eye. And through the ear you get the sound that's coming from that object. And if you do these things, these 2 things, through the eye when you see an object, or the ear when you hear a sound, if you know that Antaryami is doing that, hearing that Antaryami is saying it, if these 2 realizations comes to us, that itself is a big realization. That itself is a big realization. That's why it mentions here, at the moment when you open the eye, who is seeing it? When you listening, who is listening it? And when you smell something, who is smelling it? Similarly, when you touch something, who is touching it? And when you taste something, who is tasting it? This question, or when I sleep, when I go to sleep, who is the person awake within me and seeing the dreams? All these things. This is how Kathopanishad teaches. Now you saw how Brahadaranam teaches. Now Kathopanishad teaches in this way. There is a verse in the Kathopanishad, if you look you will see there. What it says is,
This word says in the last chapter. Ya esha supteshu jagarti kamam purusho nirmimana. Purusho tadeva shukram tal brahman tadevam amrutamuchyate. Tasmin loka shrikada sarveta udinati kashana edadvai tadad. Edadvai tadad. That is reference in Kathopanishad. Nachiketas is told by Yamakarmaraja that the truth what you are looking for, he says here, what is Brahman? He asked. Who Nachiketas asked that question. Yamakarmaraja is saying, Ya Esha, one who in Swapneshu Jagrati, in Swapnam and Jagrat vacant state, Kamam Purusho Narmimana. In the vacant state, he fulfills your desires in one way through the senses. And in the dream state also, he fulfills all your thoughts. He brings them forward and presents the dreams to you and give you a happiness through that. And so what mentions here, Nachiketa Brahma says to him, that person who when you are sleeping, when he is awake inside and he is watching, he is observing all the dream. You are sleeping at that time. He creates the dream and he illuminates the dream. That means in dream, you don't need the light, isn't it? You feel there is light there. Without light also you can see in the dream. So where is that potency coming from? It's coming from Antaryami. Antaryami is providing that. In the dream state, you are seeing everything. The dream is a very interesting state, isn't it? You create everything, but you don't create anything. It's that kind of situation. Everything you are observing in the dream, everything you are creating there, and there is enough light, you can see everything very clear. You are experiencing it, the mind is feeling the experience of it. So that is being done in the dream state. Who is doing that? But he is sitting there as a witness. You can see that also in the dream. You are not involving it in it. Everything is created. And your jiva is experiencing the misery and happiness of the dream. But you also see, along with you, somebody else is sitting and watching everything. Otherwise, when you come out of the dream, you won't be able to talk about it. If he hasn't seen the dream, if he is not there as a witness, is the witness there in that dream? So that is what he is saying here. So that person, Antaryami, that's you, says to Nachiketas. Who says? Yamadharmaraja. Edadvai Tadad. That's what you are. So all these Upanishads are only trying to tell us the thing what you are looking for is inside you. Find him there. That's where you have to look for. Bhagavad Gita is saying to us, Vrihadaranyaka is saying to us, Kathopanishad is saying to us the same thing. That is what you are. That's what you are. Edadvai Tadad. Edadvai Tadad. So here, unfortunately, he never mentioned the name of that. Edadvai Tadad, he said. That's what you are, he said. That's what you are looking for, that thing. That's what that is, he said. Didn't give a name to it at that time. For our problem is, our vision is in the world completely, all the time, in this world outside. So, in that situation, the only thing what can be done is to bring our attention to one particular object somehow, where we can focus completely on that and bring it slowly to one object and then ultimately to give this final understanding that that thing what you are meditating upon outside is that the same person who is inside. That's what Krishna has done to the gopis, isn't it? What did Krishna do to the gopis? Krishna did the same thing. First, Krishna attracted all the gopis towards him and then he disappeared. And when the gopis started realizing that they could have gone to Mathura, but they didn't. But meanwhile, Krishna sent a message to the gopis, to Uddhava, to the gopis. And the Uddhava told them that there cannot be any separation from Krishna. And by now, they started realizing what happened in Rasa dance. That's why Natalu Gopikam Andano Bhavan Akhila Dehinam Andar Alma Dhruk mentions there, isn't it? Andar Alma and Dhruk both are Krishna. Once gopis have realized that, after that they never felt separation from Krishna anymore. So till that realization happens, this will continue. For those whose attention is always on the world outside, something is necessary where our whole attention can be brought back to some form outside. And then later on, from that state, because mind at the moment is distributed, attention is distributed everywhere. So from that distributed state, at least you should come to one place. That's the deity in the temple. There, if your attention completely comes to the deity, eventually Krishna will take from there to the next last thing. That deity whom you have given all your service and attention one day, you will realize that that deity is also that Krishna who is within inside. So on a progressive way to self-realization, deity worship comes in that. Normally it's difficult to say this to anybody because they will say that you are talking something, they will bring different arguments about it. They will not accept that. They will say it in a different way. They will say that deity worship is everything, deity worship is important. Deity worship is also to help to realize the self. Not to sit there whole life and without realizing this truth inside. What is the use at the end? It will remain like that and go like that at the end. One day will come when you won't be able to do any deity worship because your body will not allow you to do any worship. What will you do then? You will still look at the marble and think that the deity is there or not. So what will happen? So deity worship is also ultimately to take us to this point here. So that's what mentioned here. Nachiketa says this to him. So in the Shastra they call it as Shakha Chandranyaya. Shakha Chandranyaya means so this is the principle of Shastra. The process of Shastra is like that. So it's 9:45. We'll stop there. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
we are seeing Antaryami. Antaryami realization, isn't it? Antaryami realization, for which all Upanishads follow different ways of making us aware of Antaryami inside. Brihadaranyupanishad follows in one way, Kathopanishad speaks in another way. So this understanding behind that is because main problem we have is all our attention is outside. That's our main problem. We get very sensitive to what happens outside, isn't it? Rather than what goes on inside. Inside is not so important for us at the moment. Outside is more important. What goes on in the world. Very difficult to take the attention away from there. So that is why first thing what they have to do is that this mind which is going here, there, everywhere, it has to come to one place somewhere and be fixed there. And that is what the purpose of this worship of the deity, the tattva behind it is that. And when we worship the deity, in course of time we start seeing, becoming a little bit more internal. And at some point in time, we will start looking inward. It will happen in a natural way. It's meant to happen at some point. So, in this system is called, in the Shastram they give the name to it as Shaka Chandra Nyaya. Shaka Chandra Nyaya means, say the moon, when it becomes, you have got Amavasi, where there is no moon at all. The new moon day they call it, isn't it? One is full moon day, other one is a new moon day. So, after the new moon day, when you don't see the moon at all, then it starts coming out. First day, just one line. That's called Prathama, first one day, one line. And then Tridiya a little bit bigger, Tridiya still bigger. Like that it grows bigger and bigger, and by Paurnami day, it becomes full moon. So, if you want to see the moon on the first or second day after the new moon day, if you look into the sky, you may not see it very clearly because it's only very little vision seen there, isn't it? So what they will do, they will tell you to look at some tree and some branch of the tree, look at there, they will say. And you look at that, or can you see that branch of the tree and the corner, the leaf or the tip of that? You say, yes, yes, yes. You look there, and through there, if you look into the sky, you will see the moon there. Though using the branch of the tree as a guide to see the moon, Shaka Chandra Nyaya, then in that way, if you look there, so they will give you all the help. You look in between the two branches or somewhere, whichever way you can look into the moon at the end. Similarly, in some form, we have to get attracted first. We have to get attracted to some form, and our mind becomes absorbed in that form, in that way. And after a while, they will ask this question when they are being properly educated in spiritual life. They will be asked this question. You are meditating on a particular form. Who is that form? They will ask that question. That question will be put to them at that time. And also, who is the person who is performing this meditation? This question will come. So, just like we can see, this is in the Bhagavatam, many places you can notice it if you want to find it out. That initially a form is there, you worship that form, and eventually you will start seeing inside that who is the person worshipping and what is that form I am worshipping. And that form I am worshipping and the person I am, he is the same person, it's not different from within. Like you can see, when Krishna appeared in front of Vasudeva and Devaki in the prison, and immediately after the appearance, Krishna's hands stood there in the four-handed form, isn't it? With conscience, this lotus flower and the club in the hand, in the four hands, Vishnu form, he was standing there. And Vasudeva is glorifying that form. How? Tamal Budam Balakam Bhujekshanam Chadurbhujam Shankakatam Yudhayudam Srivalsa Lakshman Galashobhaka Usubam Pidambaram Sagramayo Dasobhagam Mahakavaidu Yakirida Kundalam Dvishwa Parishwata Sahasra Kundalam Uddhama Kanjan Gatakangana Divir Virechamanam Vasudeva Vaishana. There is two verses in the Bhagavatam of what Vasudeva is seeing in front of him. But when a child is born,
Normally what do? We want to enjoy that occasion after seeing the baby. Isn't it? New baby has come to the life to this world. All the women, they take the baby and they pat the baby and enjoy that baby together, isn't it? So they will talk about each other at home, isn't it? That, oh, he looks like the granddad, like the grandmother or something like that. They'll make some remark like that about the baby. Or somebody will say, his eyes looks like the father, or the nose looks like the mother, or something, some relationship with the father and mother, they will talk about it. Or the eyes are like this. So, or there are some different symptoms of the body. So, when Krishna appeared like that, Vasudeva has spoken these verses when Krishna appeared like this. So, instead of describing Krishna's beauty, what Vasudeva did was, instead of describing the beauty, if you look Vasudeva Vacha, the verses from there, Vididosi Bhaval Sakshat, it mentioned Bhavan. It says that if you look at the 10th canto, in the 3rd chapter, verse 13, what did Vasudeva say at that time? He says, Vididosi Bhavan Sakshat Purusha Pragade Para Kevalami Bhavanandam Swarupam Sarvabhuti Drak. First, attracted towards that form, straight away went into the truth. Truth is this. Vididosi Bhavan Sakshat Purusha Pragade Para Kevalami Bhavanandam Swarupa Sarvabhuti Drak. Normally, we will not say like this to any child when it's born, is it? If you say to the child, Vididosi Bhavan Sakshat Purusha Pragade Para Kevalami Bhavanandam, the child will think, what is he talking about? The child won't understand. Normally we won't do that. But with the child, we will start patting the child and talking to the child in a childish way and make a joke about the child. So many things people will do at home. But Vasudeva says, what did he do? When Krishna appeared, in 2 verses, Shukra Brahmarshi says, what Vasudeva saw was this. And then he says what Vasudeva said. See? What Vasudeva said didn't say anything about it. But Shukra Brahmarshi says Krishna appeared like this. Then he says Vasudeva Vacha and says these verses. After Vasudeva is seen, then he says that Vididosi Bhavan Sakshat, the 10th canto, chapter 3 and verse number is 13. 10:3:13. From then onwards, many verses is talking about the realization. Tattva is talking about. Who is this person who had come? Kevalani Bhavananda Swarupam Sarva Buddhi Drakka. Sa eva Sukrutiyadam Sushtu Agre Tribunalmadam Tadaniham Tu Apravishta Pravishta Viva Bhavese. A lot of Vedandam at that time is spoken. Why? Vasudeva was given temporarily some realization. Krishna is given to him. That's why he's saying like that. So, after saying all that, so why does he say all these things there? Why is Vasudeva saying all these things there? So, that's what is happening there. That's what is happening there. So, as soon as Krishna was born, what was the purpose of appearing here? In order to take Krishna's attention inwards. Vasudeva's attention inwards. Vasudeva started saying inwards. That's what he's saying. Kevalani Bhavananda Swarupam Sarvabhuti Drak, he says. So all the words, if you look, you will see there. Vasudeva is talking with the same way like the Gopi spoke. Gopi says, Nakalu Gopiga Nandano Bhavan Agila Dehinam Antaralma Drakka. Here Vasudeva is saying, Vididosi Bhavan Sakshat Praguda Purushe Para Kevalan Bhavananda Swarupam Sarvabhuti Drakka. Same thing is spoken in a different words, that's all. So what is happening now in the case of Gopis and in the case of Vasudeva also, initially attention was outside, in the form, everything. Very soon the attention went inwards. That is a change, that has happened. This will happen in spiritual life. As much as we are in the world and attention is always in the world, by Krishna's grace or spiritual master's grace, somehow or the other, or the
mercy of Krishna, somehow one day attention will go inwards. You won't find any truth in this outside. Outside attention will go, and that is when Tattva-jnanam happens. Tattvam, you realize it at that moment. That is why he mentions here that so very purpose of Krishna's appearance is this. Krishna's avataram. Avataram means in appearance in this world is in order to finish our avataram. We are also avataram. To complete our avataram, Krishna has to come here. Krishna's avataram is to complete our avataram, so that we will get attracted to Krishna, and the result of that is we will get attracted to the self within Antaryami inside. That's the goal of all these things. So, so you can see in the 10th canto, if you look, the second chapter, in the 10th canto, in the second chapter, there is a verse 39. Verse 39. It says there, Nade bhavasyesha bhavasya karanam. Verse 39. Nade abhavasyesha bhavasya karanam vina vinodam vadatarkayamahi bhavo nirodhasti nirapya vidyaya kridayadatvaya bhayashrayalmini. It is in the Brahmastuti. Garbhastuti means, remember that Brahma glorifies Krishna all the time. Every time before Krishna, when Krishna appears, Brahma has to come. He glorifies Krishna and he goes back with other demigods. They all go together back. So in Krishna Avataram, Brahma had come, but given a very grand glorification here in the Krishna's appearance. So there you will notice there that in the second chapter, the famous word Satyavradam, Satyaparam, Trisatyam, Satyasya yonim nihidanja satye, Satyasya satyam kruta satyameyatram, Satya alpadam sharanam prabhannaha. That is 10 to 26, verse 26. From then onwards, a lot of glorification of Krishna from the Vedanta point of view. All the verses, if you look, is pure Vedanta it is. Ekayanoso Tibalasranula Shadurasa Panchavidra Shadhalika Sabdatta Kashta Vidako Navakshu Vishachadi Yudago Adi Vaksha Tomeo Mevasa Sadaprasudi Tum Sanithanam Tomagrahasha Tulmaya Sambrachena Sastvam Pashanimana Vivashidoni Vivashidumani Abhodamatma Kemaya Lokasya Janakarasya Sattopavannani Sukhavahani Sattwama Vadrani Mukhayanam. Like that it goes, glorification. Finally he says, Nade abhavasyesha bhavasya karanam, verse 39. Vina vinodam badatakayamahi bhavo nirodhasthidirapya vidyaya kridaya dastvaya bhayashraya almini. Brahma is saying to Krishna that actually you have no birth. Krishna doesn't take any birth, isn't it? One who has no birth, Ajami is. And how can we say that he has taken birth? That sounds very reasonable. One who has no birth, who is always neither beginning, as Krishna mentions, because Krishna has taught Brahma before, isn't it? Aham yavasam yavamvein anindal salasal karan paschad aham yadenecha yovashishiyata sosmiham. The Chadishloki. There Krishna has taught Brahma that there is no birth. I have no Yogisan Abhayalma. Bhagavad Gita also says. So how can I say, Brahma says, how can I say that you have taken birth? He says to Krishna. The only reason he says, I can't even imagine, he says, you can't even imagine that you have that you have taken birth, and if we all feel that you have taken birth, that is your leela, your pastime, he says. Because even everybody takes your shelter. Everybody takes your shelter. For what purpose? To escape from birth and death. Everybody takes your shelter to escape from birth and death, isn't it? And even birth and death, of course, it doesn't exist in you.
in fact, in reality, they don't even exist in us. In us also, there is no such thing called birth and death. But it mentions there, bhavo nirodham sthitirap avidyaya. Because of avidya or ignorance, we feel we have birth and death. Otherwise, there is no birth and death. Very difficult, but that is what it is. That is the reality. That Brahma is saying to us, bhavo nirodham sthitirap avidyaya krita yadastvaya bhayashraya. Those who want to escape from this cycle of birth and death, they take your shelter. So how can we believe that you will take birth and death will happen to you? Impossible, isn't it? Impossible to believe that Krishna is taking birth and Krishna is dying. When Krishna left the body, when Krishna left this world, there is a complete confusion about that verse. If you look into the 11th canto at the end, when Krishna left this world, all commentators have spoken different ways because nobody could say what exactly has happened. Somebody says Krishna went like a lightning, it went into the sky and disappeared. Some people say Krishna has went back to his own abode. Whereas in the Bhagavatam it also has promised Indra that I will come and visit you on my way back. So has he gone to Indra's planet? Has he gone to Golokam? Or has he completely taken away from our vision Krishna's body? That verse is written like that. Which one? Krishna's last Palpa Netre Nimileya. Krishna closed his lotus eyes. With that everything has disappeared from this world. The place where Krishna finally left is the place called Dehol Sargam, near Prabhasam. But from there all they could see was Daruva came in the chariot, that's how he mentioned it is spoken in the Bhagavatam. Daruva came in the chariot and finally went into the sky, everything disappeared. Nobody knew. And very nicely it is spoken in the Bhagavatam. If you look into that, you will see there, the verses are very written in a very touching way, in the sense that mentions there, chapter 31. Shuka Brahmashi is talking about Krishna's departure from this world. He mentions there all great personalities have arrived. Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, the four Kumaras, all Prajapatis, everybody was there. Everybody was there. And all the Gandharvas, Siddhas, Vidyadharas, and many others, they all wanted to see Krishna's departure from this world. And they were singing about Krishna's pastimes and activities in this world, and the whole sky was filled with their aeroplanes. And they were waiting to see how Krishna is departing, where Krishna is going to go. So at that time, Vavrusho Pushpa Varshani Vimana Vilibhirnabha Kurvanda Sankulam Rajan Bhaktya Parimaya Yudam, that Gayandascha Kanandascha Shauli Kamani Janmacham, that they were all singing about Krishna's appearance, Krishna's pastimes, everything in this world, and they showered a lot of flowers on Krishna. And all their planes were all over the sky waiting there. Bhaktya, with a great devotion, they offered their respects to Krishna at that time. And then Shuka Brahmashi says here, Bhagavan Pidamaham Viksha Vibhuni Albano Vibhu Samyoj Almani Chalpanam Palpanetre Nimilayal. That is what it is. Bhagavan Pidamaham Viksha Vibhuni Albano Vibhu. Krishna had a look at Brahma and all other demigods who were present there, because they are all Krishna's people, isn't it? They are all come from Krishna's instructions. They had come. They were being invited for the Krishna's appearance. And since then, they have come back now to see Krishna's departure. So Krishna looked at all of them. They are all Krishna's vibhuti. Remember that word? Vibhuti. Vibhuti means they are Krishna's opulence. Lord Shiva is also another opulence. All demigods are Krishna's opulences. And all these great personalities who had come, they were all Krishna's opulences. So, then, seeing all of them, it says here, Samyojyam Almani Chalpanam Palpanetre Nimilayam. lotus eyes Krishna closed, but before closing the lotus eyes, that he joined himself with the Supreme Consciousness. Samyojyam Almani Chalmanam. Krishna's consciousness joined with the Supreme Consciousness. That is how the words here. And that is where, and like in the Samadhi state, Krishna closed his eyes and departed from this world. And then he means here, that is the next two verses, you will see. Lokabhiramam swatanam dharanam dhyanam yoga dharanaya jnaya atadva dham avishal swakam. Lokabhiramam swatanam, swatanam, his own body. Lokabhiramam, which was so beautiful for the world to enjoy, has enjoyed their beauty. And which is always great yogis meditate upon that form. Then, based on the yoga process, on the process of yoga, Ashtanga yoga process, he, without burning that through dharana. Dharana is the process which will develop into that burning the body, into destroying it. Instead of doing that, he gone back to his abode. That's what it says in the Bhagavatam. Lokhavinamam swatanam dharana dhyanam yoga dharanaya adneya adhadva dhamma vishal swakam. So whether it is dadhva or adhadva, there is a argument about it. Whether Krishna has burned the body or Krishna has not. Dadhva means burning, adhadva means not burning. Which way it has happened, we don't know. So there is all these different versions about Krishna's departure from this world at the last minute. Because nobody could see anything after that. Krishna has gone into the sky and they are saying like a lightning he disappeared. Lightning you can see and then afterwards you don't see the lightning, isn't it? Like that Krishna has disappeared. Where he has gone, Dhama Avishapuram, he says he has gone back to his own abode. But doesn't say anything more than that in the Bhagavatam. Doesn't say anything more than that. So the point here is that so Krishna Bhavo Nirodham Bhavi. So I was talking about this, yes. That so in that verse, Brahma's prayers, what we're coming back to in the 10th canto, what did Brahma says to him? Brahma says that in his last words he says, Nabi Bhavasya Esha Bhavasya Karanam, verse 39 in the 2nd chapter. Vina vinodam badanarkaya mahi bhavo nirodam siddham avidyaya krita yadvaya bhayashaya almani. Those of us who are due to avidya, avidya means ignorance, due to that we have to go through birth after birth, body after body. We have to change in this world, isn't it? Bhavo nirodam. In order to stop that, we take Krishna's shelter to stop this business of changing the body from one body to another. And how can we believe that Krishna, who stops everyone's cycle of birth and death, that he himself has to go through birth and death? That's not possible. That's what Brahma is saying in that verse. So, after saying all that things, so in other words, the purpose of your coming here is only one thing. Brahma is saying, in order to make us also aware that we also don't have birth and death. Like Parikshit was done with Parishura Brahma, she did that to Parikshit, isn't it? So Parikshit realized ultimately there is no birth and death. That's what he is saying. At the end, Parikshit also realized there is no such thing called birth and death. It's all for the body, not for the soul inside. So it is for that purpose you have appeared. So throughout Bhagavatam, you will see this principle. Throughout Bhagavatam, you will see this principle. So, keeping this awareness inside, if you read Srimad Bhagavatam continuously, knowledge, realization and proper understanding will come one day. Will come, naturally it will happen. Keeping this understanding inside. That is how you have to read Srimad Bhagavatam. That this is the purpose of Krishna's appearance and there is no such thing called birth and death for us. Keeping all this in our perspective, one should read Bhagavatam. If you read it like that, knowledge will come properly, realization also will come properly. And because all Bhagavatam is saying to us is this, we are not that look inward.
We are not what we see, but look inwards. Look inwards. Only then, if you look into Bhagavatam, you will understand Bhagavatam. You will experience Bhagavatam. That is how you realize Bhagavatam. That when keeping all this understanding, you should continuously read Bhagavatam. In such case, what will happen is, you will start saying that body is not me. Bhagavatam is telling me to look inside, and that Bhagavad Anubhuti, only then you will get it from the Srimad Bhagavatam. So, as Srimad Bhagavatam, you have to keep on reading. Even if you memorize a lot of verses from the Bhagavatam, you won't understand. You won't understand it. Because only when you start going inwards and looking inside, then you will realize that just like they have shown the mirror in front, and Bhagavatam will show the mirror in front of us. And we will see what we are in that mirror. The mirror is the Bhagavatam will become the mirror for us. Through Bhagavatam, we will see what we are inside. That is the process behind it. You can, why I am saying this is that there are many people who have studied Bhagavatam a lot. They study Bhagavatam a lot. Many, they can practically recite the whole of Srimad Bhagavatam without any difficulty. In the same way, there are many people who have studied Vedam also. They have studied a lot about that. But does not mean they have got the realization. You see, they got the realization. Many people know the Vedam, but very few understands what Vedam is talking about, isn't it? Similarly, just because you have studied Bhagavatam, all the verses, doesn't mean that you have got the realization. Because sometimes it can happen, all your attention, everything is focused on the verses, all focused on the who spoke. It becomes more like a historical thing, like this, the university people do. It can become like that. Then they are concerned about when it was written, where it was written, who wrote it, and who printed it, who wrote the introduction, who wrote the preface, things like that. People study books in like this, or you can see when they review books, that's how they write, isn't it? So, but till we go deeper inside, realization won't come. It is an important thing. Simply reading, memorizing verses and all fine. But if we do not pick up these important points in the Bhagavatam at various places, about the spiritual master, about the disciple, about the various devotees, what they spoke about their realizations, Krishna's instructions to Uddhava, Parikshita and Shiva Brahmashi, finally how they have spoken each other. So many things in the Bhagavatam are important. Those things will help us to start seeing things in the proper way. And with that understanding, if you regularly read Bhagavatam, eventually Bhagavatam will show to us, like a mirror in front of us, it will make us see ourselves properly what we are. And that is what has happened to Parikshit. What Parikshit is saying, Siddhosmi, Anugrahidosmi. I got it. I am blessed. You have given it to me. We should be able to come to that state. That is why Bhagavatam is written in that. That is the purpose behind all these things. So the deeper we can go in, that is what it means. Going deeper into Bhagavatam means this. Sometimes people ask this question, what does it mean going deeper into Bhagavatam? Going deeper into Bhagavatam means this, that from the Bhagavatam you have to get the message properly inside. Message is this, that we have to go inside to see that truth. And therefore, everything what is spoken in the Bhagavatam has to be understood. Like, we have to ask this question, why Vasudeva spoke like that? Why Devaki Devi spoke like that? Krishna also spoke like that. So when you look into their words, and Yogi Samvadam and Uddhava Samvadam and all that, you start seeing that outside the world they are not talking about anything. All they are talking about is the soul inside. And in order to make that passage easier, Krishna is talking about Dattatreya Gita, Hamsa Gita, Ayala Gita, Bhikshu Gita. All this idea behind all that is somehow or the other our attention in the world should go, and it should go inwards. Now, when we say this to people, they will ask the question. What will be the question, you know? The question is, if I start looking inwards, who is going to do everything in the world? Who is going to run the world? They will ask this question. If if I completely start looking inwards everything, then outside thing who is going to do? They will ask that question. The message is, answer to that question is, this outside looking one day it has to come to a stop. If not today, tomorrow it has to come to a stop. Even if you don't want to, one day by nature's arrangement, it will come to one day you will close the eyes, isn't it? You put the shutter. One day, then you won't be able to look anymore outside. So it is going to come one day or the other, whether we like it or not. The shutter will be pulled. So therefore, the sages are telling us, don't give too much attention more than what it deserves to the world. Don't give too much attention more than what it deserves to the world. And keep always focused on the realization of the self. Whatever that is necessary, whether it is Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, or any Upanishads, wherever that message is there, learn from them and take your attention inwards. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Because that is the purpose at the end, to come back to the same point. Antaryami inside has to be realized, not anything else. So therefore, it is mentioned like this. And in the Bhagavatam also you will see this mentioned. If you look in the first canto, in the 5th chapter, if verse number 13, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, what do they say? Have a look at that. He says that Bhagavatam will be released to those who have got Samadhi Drishti. Samadhi Drishti. That's called Samadhi Drishti. First canto, 5th chapter and verse 13. That is the conversation between Narada Maharshi and Vedavyasa, isn't it? 1.5.13. What is the conversation? He says, now Narada Maharshi came and met Vedavyasa. They are talking to each other. Vedavyasa asked him that you know everything, inside, outside, what's going on, he said. That's how Vedavyasa put it to him. Narada Maharshi says to him that a few verses, from verse 8 onwards is, before that, in the 7th verse, Vedavyasa says, Tom Payyadan Narkamiva Triloki Andashalo Vayu Alpasakshi Paramari Brahmani Dharmado Vadai Dharmado Vadai Thanakstanaksnadasyami Yunamalam Vijaksha Tom Payyadan Arkam Iva Triloki Andasharam Vayu Alpasakshi. That is how Vedavyasa talk about Narada Maharshi. He says that like a sun, you are spread all over this creation in the universe. All through the universe you are present. And you are traveling all these places. And like air, you can enter into anywhere, to anybody inside, if you want to. You can enter like Shuka Brahmashi. Narada Maharshi also can enter into inside someone and speak from there, from within. That's what he's saying. Andashchayo, you can go inside and function from there. Vayu, you are Alpasakshi. Vayu, you are Alpasakshi. And you know everything, what is going on inside, outside of everything. Paramari Brahmani Dharmado Pradai. Paramari Brahmani Dharmado Pradai. Snadasyame Yunamalam Vijakshva. Not only that, you are highly learned. That means Narada Maharshi has got both knowledge of the Shastra and full realization as well. Isn't it? He's got full realization and he has full knowledge of the Shastra as well. And Brahman, Vedam, Dharma and all the tapasya, everything he has got. And now you tell me what is lacking in me. Says Vedavyasa to Narada Maharshi. That's what Vedavyasa said to Narada Maharshi, isn't it? So when Narada Maharshi replied, what did he say to him? Look at the 13th verse. Atho Mahabhagam Bhavanamokhakrika Shujishrava Satyarago Dhrudapradaham Urukramasya Kilakandhamoktai Samadhinanasmaram Smaranakad Vijeshtinam Samadhinanasmaranakad Vijeshtinam Atho Mahabhagam Bhavanamokhakrika Shujishrava Satyarago Dhrudapradaham Urukramasya Kilakandhamoktai Bandhamoktai Samadhinanasmaradat Vijeshtinam. He says here, Mahabhaga, or fortunate one, he says, you are Amokhagat and your fame is very high. You are a very pious person, so much fame, your fame is due to all your piousness in you. And you are a very truthful person and you have performed all kinds of austerities. And
in all ways you are very qualified. Therefore, for others' benefit, for others' liberation from this world, remember about Krishna's pastimes, divine pastimes, in your samadhi state. That's how I put it. In your samadhi state, remember the pastimes of Krishna. Urukramasyaangila bandhamuktaye samadhinam anusmarata tadvicheshtitam. Tadvicheshtitam is Krishna's pastimes, not in the Jagrat Swapnam Sushuddhi state. In the samadhi state, explain that what you are experiencing in samadhi. That means going into samadhi and so Srimad Bhagavatam is samadhi state, bhasha. The bhasha in the Bhagavatam is samadhi bhasha. Like as I mentioned before, in Vallabhacharya mentions that it is samadhi bhasha, he says. Bhagavatam is samadhi bhasha. So that samadhi bhasha mentioned here. So in order to have that samadhi bhasha, you have to that samadhi state of consciousness. It is called samadhi prajna. Samadhi prajna is necessary. If you have samadhi prajna, then you will have samadhi drishti. Samadhi drishti will come to a person and Bhagavatam will be very clear. Srimad Bhagavatam will be very clear to us at that time. You don't have to memorize them. It will be like an open book to us. That is the way to understand Bhagavatam. Understand means that's the way to realize Bhagavatam. So every time when you have to read some particular part of Srimad Bhagavatam, like the verses will come to you automatically. Now what we are doing is, we are remembering the verses. This is a reverse process, how it happens really. Initially you study the Bhagavatam and say, these verses belong to this glorification, these verses belongs to these prayers, like this. Different devotees have spoken in the Bhagavatam. Vrtrasura's prayers, Ambarisha's prayers, Akrura's prayers, Uddhava's prayers, Brahma's prayers at different places, appearance time and Brahma Vimohana Leela and all that different things. You study them. But for a realized person, he doesn't think anymore after that. For whom Bhagavatam has shown its mercy, what happens to him at that time? At that time, whatever memories are there when he starts speaking from Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavatam will bring the verse and give it to him. This is that verse relationship with Bhagavatam. Just like yesterday we were talking about deities, isn't it? When deity worship, deities are not that deities come later. First the relationship develops with the form of Krishna. Bhagavatam is another form of Krishna, isn't it? Even Bhagavatakyam pratyaksha Krishna mevari Srigurudosi mayanaha muktyartam bhavasagare. So this Bhagavatam is Krishna himself. So first Bhagavatam has to be revealed inside, and when it is revealed after that, you don't have to memorize the verses. The right words at the right time, when you think, whenever that comes in your samadhi state, when that comes, the verses also will flow through you at that time. Like in the deity worship, when the deity relationship, the devotee has established with a particular form, name, everything, and then the deity comes and he gets installed. In the same way, in Srimad Bhagavatam also, we don't have to study like the way we study now. Like all other textbooks, for example, physics, chemistry or English or any other language when you study, you try to memorize those parts, isn't it? You try to keep it in your memory. And you have to remember that till the exam is over. After that you can throw it out. It's finished. This doesn't work like that. Bhagavatam won't work like that. Bhagavatam, what we have to do, that all these different episodes in the Bhagavatam, we have to keep on recollecting that and take the principle on board first. Like Srila Brahmashi taught Parikshit, there is no such thing called death. Keeping all that in our consciousness, in our realization, we have to read Bhagavatam. And if you keep on reading Bhagavatam, one day Krishna is Bhagavatam, Bhagavatam itself will reveal to us from inside that what you are thinking at the moment or what is in your memory at the moment, that will turn out to be your realization at that point. At that time, you don't have to remember the verses anymore. It will all come on its own from within. It doesn't. And that's why he mentions there that Samadhina Anusmaran Vicheshtitam. See those words? Samadhina Anusmaran Vicheshtitam. In the Samadhi state, that is a Samadhi state. That means, like Parikshit also was brought into Samadhi state first. And in that Samadhi state, when Shiva Brahmashi spoke, it went and hit at the right spot. And Parikshit says, Hidosmi, I got it. Anugri Hidosmi. That's the way how it happens. That's the way it will happen to anybody. Anybody who takes Srimad Bhagavatam and takes Chandra Bhagavatam, that is the process of how it happens. How it happens. So that is called Samadhi Prajna, the Prajna of Samadhi state. Therefore, this is the reason why we say simply reading Bhagavatam is not good enough. Anushtanam is necessary. Japam, puja, dhyanam, all these things is contributing to that, to bring attention inwards. That's why it is necessary that chanting the holy name is absolutely essential. Along with that, without upasana it won't happen. You will be studying Bhagavatam like the other books. That's no good. If you have to continuously chant, and chanting is upasana or anushtana, japam. Some people are called, some people simply do japam, some people do japam, dhyanam, meditation also, and some people engage in other things, deity worship, whichever that according to their taste, they will do all that. But that is all upasana. Upasana is necessary, without which, if you keep on studying Bhagavatam, what will happen is, eventually you will become a scholar, but you will not realize the truth. That's what will happen. You will become a scholar because you will know everything what's written in the Bhagavatam, but you won't have any realization from Bhagavatam. You haven't got Bhagavatam yet inside. So that is the reason this should be supported with upasana inside. Upasana is necessary. Without dhyanam or japam, dhyanam, they are all necessary to keep that focused on the truth. So in order to go deeper inside, it is necessary. Deeper means antarmukhatvam. In other words, inward looking become more and more subtle inside. That's what will happen. So Srimad Bhagavatam, what does it say? When it saw about Krishna also, what does Srimad Bhagavatam say? If you look into that. So everything has to be, knowing is not sufficient. You should see him inside. You should see his presence inside. Just by knowing about him is useless. We know about Krishna. I read all the book. I have understood what Krishna. You have understood, but you have not seen him yet. If you look into the 11th canto, in the 3rd chapter, what did it say about that seeing business? Yes, Swapna Jagara Sushuptishu, 11.3.35. 11.3.35. Yeah. Stitul Bhava Pipalayana Maharshi is defining Krishna. What Krishna means, isn't it? Stitul Bhava Pralaya Hedura Hedurasya Yala Swapna Jagara Sushuptishu Salvahischa Dehendriya Sukhdayani Chagandiyena Sanjeevani Tadavehi Param Narendra. That is the definition of Krishna. Sthiti Ulbhavam Pralayam Hedu Ahedurasya Yet Swapna Jagara Susuptishu Salvahischa Dehendriya Sikhdayani Charandiyena Sanjeevidani Tadavehi Param Narendra. He says that the cause of this creation, the cause behind the sustenance or maintenance of this creation, and the cause behind the dissolution of this creation. Know very well, he is the cause, but at the same time, he is not affected by anything. Karana. That's why he says, Pralaya Hetu Ahedurasya. He is the Hetu, but at the same time, he is not the Hetu. He is not the cause. That's that relationship always with creation and Krishna. Krishna is the cause of all causes, but at the same time, Krishna is not the cause of anything. In the Brahma Samhita prayers, Ishwaras Parama Krishna Sachidananda Vigraha Anandar Adar Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam. It says, Karanam is that Hetu here. So, Pipalayana Maharshi says here that he is the cause of everything, no doubt, but he is not the cause of anything. Ahedurasya. And Ahedurasya means that Karanadahina. That means he has not planned in such a way that he is not planning to do anything. It happens out of his desire. Everything happens from his desire. So, therefore, and that is this Narayana. Know that very well. That is the Tattvam. What else? Swapnam, Jagrat, Sushupti. In all these three states, and also in Samadhi, what remains unaffected by anything, that is Narayana or Antaryami. In all the three states, Jagrat, Swapnam, Sushupti, and also in the Samadhi, which is the Turiyam state, in all those states, completely unaffected by anything, who remains like that, that's him. Then, in any living entity, its body, mind, intelligence, senses, life air, subtle body, everything operates and functions by whose presence that person is Narayana. This is the way Pipalayana Maharshi told King Nimi when King Nimi asked, what is Narayana? This was the answer given. That Sthiti, Ulbhavam, Pralayam, Hetu, Ahedurasya, Yel, Swapna, Jagara, Sushuptishu, Sal, Dahischa, Dehendriyasu, Hridayani, Charandiyena, Sanjeevidani, Tadavehi, Param, Narendra. He says, that's how he presented it to him. So, it is not good enough to know that in Srimad Bhagavatam it is spoken like that. That's not good enough. But we have to see that in dream state, in waking state, in deep sleep, Krishna is there inside. That we have to experience that. Then Bhagavatam you have experienced. You understood Bhagavatam. Not otherwise. Suppose I have memorized this verse and somebody asked me, what's Narayana? I gave the words to them. That 11.335, what read it? That's Narayana. 11.335 is Narayana. By saying that, what's the use? It doesn't mean anything, isn't it? Only when, that is what he is saying here, only when that word has to happen inside. That means waking state, dream state, deep sleep, all these states, he is there. That experience has to come to us. His presence there. And then we have to see that inside. That means for Jagrat, Swapnam, Sushupti, the witness is Narayana, says Pipalayana Maharshi says. But it's okay. What is the use of saying this? Have I seen this? Have I seen this? If you ask that question, when my vision also gets purified, when everything is pure, and my intelligence is got that prajna shuddhi or purity inside, and when my attention has gone inwards, antarbhugatam has happened inside, and when I start giving attention to my own swarupam, who I am, when that happens, this realization will happen. That is why Bhagavatam begins with the word Dhimahi. Did you see that word? Satyam Param Dhimahi. Dhimahi is that. Dhimahi means this. Dhimahi means, this Dhimahi comes in two places. Satyam Param Dhimahi in the beginning, and the end also of Bhagavatam comes Satyam Param Dhimahi. Bhagavatam begins with Satyam Param Dhimahi. Bhagavatam finishes with Satyam Param Dhimahi. Why? This is what it is. It's no use studying Bhagavatam purely for academic viewpoint, just to know all the verses, or to become a scholar in Bhagavatam, or to tell someone else that this is written there in the Bhagavatam. You find out that verse. I'll give you the verse number or email it to you. You can go home and look at that verse. That is useless. It's all no use. That's what he's saying. But in order for that to happen, what all has to happen? If you ask the question, have you seen Krishna in this way? The answer is, when my vision gets pure enough, I start seeing things properly, when that's pure, when my intelligence is also very clear that this is the truth what Bhagavatam has spoken, and when my attention has gone inwards, Antarbhugatam has happened, and I myself started experiencing the self within, that I am not this body, when all these things have happened inside, at that time, Dhimahi happens there. Satyam Param Dhimahi. In other words, what does Satyam Param Dhimahi means? Continuously, uninterruptedly pursuing the truth. Satyam, Anusandhanam. Anusandhanam of the Satyam. In order to do that, Srimad Bhagavatam can help you. That's what it is. Bhagavatam can help you a lot in that. That's what it is mentioned like that. That is the benefit of Bhagavatam. The goal is not simply studying Bhagavatam or memorizing the verses. Goal is self-realization. In order to realize the self, Bhagavatam can help you in a big way. That's why Bhagavatam one should take it in that way, not otherwise. So Bhagavatam is a helping tool for that. But Anusandhanam, that pursuing the truth, has to happen inside. That means constantly reading Srimad Bhagavatam and reflection of the things what's spoken in the Bhagavatam is absolutely essential. Otherwise it's going to be very long haul. It's going to be very, very long haul. You may keep on, like some people, if you ask them, they'll say to you, we have at least heard Bhagavatam 1,000 times or 2,000 times from so many people. They will go for all the Bhagavata Saptaham and they will hear all the Saptaham, have all the feasts, and they'll go home and sleep. Never bother anything after that. Some stories all they will understand. All the stories they will get it. Because they would have heard so many times from so many people, all the stories. And stories all there. And they will be thinking, oh, very proudly they will announce to the world, we have heard Bhagavatam 1,000 times or 2,000 times or whatever. They will make that statement also. There are many people, in all places you will see this. You see them in Vrindavan, you see in Kerala, you see everywhere. This group of people. They'll go and listen everywhere. They'll hear, because this constantly is going on everywhere. In Haridwaram, in Vrindavan, and in all many major holy places, Bhagavatam is recited by Bhagavatam scholars, isn't it? They all recite Bhagavatam, and 7 days time they will go through the whole Bhagavatam once. They won't be talking a lot about it because they don't have the time in 7 days to finish. And there will be a lot of music, and people will like to have, make it a big festival altogether. Enjoy it. And very nice music will be there. They sing well, good kirtan. They'll have a certain amount of time. They will speak 5 or 10 minutes, and then there will be a continuous kirtan for about an hour or so to keep people interested. Otherwise, people, if you speak Bhagavatam, nobody will be interested. All will be gone. They won't sit there. So, in order to keep people interested, the Bhagavatas do these things. They make it a concert, entertainment, and then very wonderful arrangement for prasadam, and people will have a nice prasadam. And like this, it becomes a 7-day festival for everyone. And they must have done this many times in life, not once. But ultimately nothing has happened. All they know is the story. Here and there, some story they would have captured. But Bhagavatam is not only story. This is the point. If you take all these instructions in the Bhagavatam seriously and reflect on it very well, and with that background, if you daily read Bhagavatam, you will eventually notice that Bhagavatam itself will start showing its real color to us. That he will take our attention inwards and we will experience that in our own life. It has to happen one day. That this realization what Bhagavatam is talking about has to happen within each one of us. That's the purpose behind it. That is how Bhagavatam is presented, and that's what has happened to Parikshit also when Sri Brahmashi spoke to him. But that follow-up has to happen inside, not in the book. Follow-up has to happen inside. Anusandhanam. So, just hearing Bhagavatam is not enough. Mananam, Nididhyasanam, everything is necessary. Mananam means the truth what is spoken in the Bhagavatam, holding on to that truth and reflecting on that. And after Mananam, and for that purpose, that has to be done alone. It cannot be done in the assembly of many people. You can hear Bhagavatam in the assembly of so many people. That's good. But the message, you have to do it on your own. Only then it will work. On your own, you have to sit alone and then reflect on it. Everything what you are picking up from the Bhagavatam. You are getting a lot of understanding about spiritual life from Bhagavatam, isn't it? From various devotees and from great sages. Krishna also directly instructing Uddhava. Lot of principles spoken there. All that things we have to alone in solitude. You have to follow up with that, pursue that. That is called Anusandhanam. So So, but whereas in the Saptaham the problem is they run through it very fast. In 7 days time they have to read through the whole book and then they have very little time to talk about anything else, isn't it? So therefore the best way to read Bhagavatam is to read little by little. 1 chapter, 2 chapter like this. Whatever time one can find for that, read through that Bhagavatam in that way and take that, what is spoken in there for Anusandhanam or Mananam. It has to be taken that way. So along with that, you have to chant the holy name. Then you will ask the question, where is the time for? There is no answer to that question. That depends on you and you alone, each one of us, including me, I am saying. I have to find the time to do it. I can't answer that question to anybody. You can't answer that either. Because how you have to adjust your life, that is up to every individual. They have to find the time. If you become serious about spiritual life and self-realization, then you will find the time. That's the thing. Because we are not serious enough sometimes. And also there's another thing, prarabdha. That's something very difficult. That you have to pray to him inside. And the Yami has to help. Not to create too much prarabdha. Prarabdha can become a big issue, isn't it? It's always put you a lot of blocks in front of you. Family members and all their problems, everything becomes your problem and then you try to solve them. And you also know very well this is not permanent. Why am I doing all these things? With all these thoughts you are doing all these things. So it is like that for everybody. No one is exempted from that. All of us go through the same thing. So at some point you have to make that decision within that I don't want to do it. I will pray to Antaryami for freedom from prarabdha and fixing the decision making inside that I'm not going to waste my time in this world looking for anything, happiness or name or fame or followers or money or anything. Whatever Krishna has given, be satisfied with and live in this world and get out from here with the proper way, what Krishna has spoken. And that is surrender. And that message to get through, you have to minimize everything outside activity. Vyavaharam has to go. Too much Vyavaharam means it is not possible. Well, how can you reflect on anything with all the Vyavaharam going on in the world? That is why Jayadratha said to Ravana, isn't it? Tattvava Varshena Sahamanandi. Intelligent person, na suraye vyavaharam tattva varshena sahamanandi. Intelligent person will not mix vyavaharam with self-realization. Because vyavaharam is all false, it's all lie. Lie you can't mix with the truth. Self-realization is the truth. So truth and lie won't go together. If you mix it, this will also become lie. Vyavaharam will lie, already lie, and self-realization also becomes lie. That's what it is said like that. So everything, hearing Bhagavatam itself is an austerity. It's an austerity. There is no doubt about that. To find time in this world, to hear Srimad Bhagavatam, to sit peacefully, keeping all other business away, and to sit peacefully and to listen from Bhagavatam itself is a tapasya. It's an austerity. Many people do that in this world. Of course, in the Western world it's a bit difficult because of the people get too absorbed in there. But there are many people, even today, who do this in India. There are many people who still do this. That they constantly hearing Bhagavatam, spending time reflecting on the Bhagavatam. So, but along with that, in order to keep us going, chanting is necessary. Namajapam. Because in order that to do this mananam, Chittavritti has to come down. In order the Chittavritti to come down, you have to chant the holy name. Otherwise, mind will not be properly prepared for the reflection. It is not with the mind you are doing this always, isn't it? When Chittavritti goes away, the thought waves goes away from inside, there is a peculiar plane in which this mananam happens. It's a peculiar plane without being disturbed by any thought waves. All the truth what is spoken in the Srimad Bhagavatam. So in order that to happen, you need the freedom from Chittavritti. Suppose you have been very busy traveling here, there, everywhere, doing hundred million things, and then suddenly somebody will say, oh, do some mananam now from Bhagavatam. Will it work? It won't work, would it? You will not be able to, because like the meditation courses in several places, whole day you are working in the office, doing busy with your business and management and all other kind of things. and in the evening he is driving his Peugeot to the or Porsche to the meditation center, parks the car outside because he has paid for it some amount, 100 or 200 pounds for a full course of 7 lessons or something. Goes and sits there, they show him the room, tells him this is the yoga mat, you sit on it and now start the meditation. Can you meditate? He can't meditate because the mind is completely infected with all the thoughts in the business, whole day what he has done, 10, 12 hours. That won't go away from inside easily. Nobody can do that. It's not possible. So that is why in order to do that, you have to keep the lifestyle also to suit that. You have to have a lifestyle which is favorable for that. That's what it's saying here. And if it is done and in order to happen that to happen, chanting the holy name is necessary. Always to chant the holy name. So what it does is, just like if you have kept oil in a higher pot and you put a hole at the bottom and you allow the oil to flow to another pot at the bottom, that's called Thaila. That means the flow is continuous, isn't it? In a similar way, our thoughts have to become like that inside, in Krishna consciousness, in our reflection, in our manana process. And it will go deeper and deeper inside. So, at some time, all great souls says this, many Mahatmas mentions this, that sometime you will experience that silence inside. Silence. Jnaneshwar says this. Jnaneshwar who wrote Jnaneshwari, the famous Bhagavad Gita from Jnaneshwari. In one of his Abhanam he says that he talks about that Krishna who is a Sandaryami inside. He says here, Tallingehi Prabhodaya. You mentioned that, remember, yesterday? That in that verse, Susrishta Sanatana Vacha, in the 12th verse, Susrishta Vidamaha Priyam, Shayanam Sakashaktivi, Tathande Bodayam Chakru, Tallinge Shudaya Param, that Tallingam, and the Yami inside, Tallinge Prabhodaya, mentions like that in that verse. So, here, so that Andaryami inside, in order to wake him up, we need a form outside. We need a form outside. And also we need the chanting the holy name. Chanting the holy name. The holy name is the lingam. Holy name is the lingam. Holy name is that form. Now, the holy name is the form. Who mentions this? If you look into Tyagaraja's songs, you will see this. Tyagaraja mentions there. Tulsi Rama Chindanatvam Ramayo. That he has taken Ramachandra's name as the form. For him, everything is holy name of Ramachandra. So every devotee who has to make that connection with the Andaryami inside, they have to take the shelter of the holy name. There is no other way. And that is the easiest to process because all other things, deity worship, and for example, not only deity worship or meditation, all these things has the problem that to become perfect in that very difficult. To become perfect in the difficult because it requires help from others a lot. Isn't it? So for example, you have decided to do nicely everything. But if others don't cooperate with you, then it's a problem. Even deity worship at home, if you want to do it, try it. You will see that you put the deity, you are doing deity worship next room, somebody is watching television. And in order to cook something nicely for the deities, you want to cook, there are so many things coming to the kitchen from so many places. You won't be able to do anything in a proper way at home. It is very difficult. All together we can't do it. You have to do it alone in many instances. It's very difficult. So therefore, that is why Krishna is saying, of all these different processes to keep that mind under control, chanting is the best process. Because it is completely free from other problems. Others are not involved in that. If you are a little bit determined, you can do that every day without much of a problem. So therefore the chanting process is mentioned. Ramachandra, he mentions there that when he is chanting the holy name, Tyagaraja says there, Ramachandra is saying, He says here that this holy name and Brahman is not different. It's not different. So, whatever bhavam or mood what you have towards the holy name, and you will stay in that state. Suppose you have realized that you started always taken on board that this holy name is not different from Krishna. And if you start like that, if you chant the holy name, eventually what will happen is that holy name alone will take you to the finally to that Swaswarupam inside as Antaryami, and that knowing very well that Antaryami inside who is present is my Swarupam, and that Swarupam is the soul. Knowing this, you have to chant. You have to chant knowing that. That while chanting, you have to remember this. Antaryami inside is present inside, and that is my Swarupam. Swarupam means my form, identity, is that Antaryami inside. Antaryami inside. Knowing this, if you chant the holy name, you will see there that it will eventually develop in that way. The form outside is the holy name. Externally you are chanting the holy name, but inside this realization that Antaryami is my form inside. Antaryami is present inside as my form. And knowing this, or even that false ego inside called Jiva Bhavam, till that stage comes, initially you are a Jiva, isn't it? Jiva Bhavam is there. Even that Jiva Bhavam, where has it come from? It came from Antaryami, isn't it? Antaryami is dressed up in another form is Jiva. Antaryami dressed up in another form is Jiva. So Jiva Bhavam also only because of Antaryami's presence inside, that Jiva Bhavam is present inside. Jiva Bhavam is the ego, Ahangara inside, isn't it? So that is what he mentions here, that if you do this for a long time, according with all this understanding, Antaryami will wake up inside. So that is what Vedam is doing here. All it doing is waking up that Antaryami who is inside. That's the purpose behind it. We may be surprised by this because so much Vedantam, Shastram, so many books, logic, reasoning, all these things are there, and still, in spite of all these things are available, still sometimes you see sometimes some people coming out with self-realization outside this. And it may look very logical. It may look very logical, isn't it? It happens in this world. That you can remember that I mentioned this before also, Nisargadatta Maharaj. He hasn't had any of these things, but he realized the truth. Eventually he came out like that. That can also happen. That can also happen. But it's not, what I'm saying is, it's not that completely everything is based on logic. Many great devotees, jnanis, yogis have come like that. Kabir was another example. Kabir hasn't had any of these things, isn't it? Because he was born in a Muslim family, he had no opportunity to have any of these things. Education in this way like Shastram is talking about. But due to previous vasana from previous life that followed him, and eventually what happened to him was he strongly believed that he needed the mercy of the Guru, whom he spoke as Ramananda, Swami Ramananda, who came in the Sri Vaishnava Sampradaya, Ramanujacharya's tradition. And he went and asked for initiation from him. But the people around Swami Ramananda won't allow him even to get closer to him. Because by profession he was a weaver, made clothes and all that. And those days it was like that lower caste, they were looked upon, down upon. And they told him that you do your work, what you are doing at home, that's enough. You don't need to take any instructions from the spiritual master and all that, you don't need all that, they send him back like that. So eventually Kabir decided that he noticed that every morning in the early hours Ramananda comes to bathe in the Manikarnika Ghatam in Benares. So what he did one day, that he went and was lying down in one of the steps where every day Swami Ramananda used to pass through that. So on that particular, there was no light, unlike these days, electricity and lights, nothing was there in the dark, everybody walked in the night. So early hours in the morning, Swami Ramananda came that way, and while coming down the steps, he put his feet on Kabir, unknowingly. And as soon as he put his feet on, Ramananda realized that he's put his feet on somebody. Immediately he chanted the holy name, Rama Rama, he chanted. And Kabir took that as his initiation from that day. He apologized to Ramananda that I needed your mercy somehow badly, and Ramananda blessed him. And then that's the only thing they had association. After that finished, initiation was over. And then from then on, Kabir has chanted the holy name like Tyagaraja did, Ramchandra's name, rest of his life, and became very, very famous as a devotee, isn't it? So, if it is all these Upanishads, Shastram, Vedam, and all the other Acharyas, and they have given so much, with all this going on like this, sometimes this also happens. Self-realization is an amazing thing like that. But one thing what you will know is, when Kabir realized all these things, and when he spoke all the Doha, everything what he wrote it down, which was later on available it's not a pure Hindi either, it is a very strange language, the Doha is written. All that what is written is what is in the Upanishad. So therefore, without any reservation, you can accept that, what he has said. It is also the Upanishad. Because everything what he has written down is all Upanishad's knowledge as his realization. So therefore it is acceptable. So Kabir's story is very famous in that state. What I am saying is that it is not that after going through all these things only one, that is for general class of people. But exclusions are always there. Ramananda, Nisargadatta, Kabir, Nisargadatta, and there are many others like that you will come to know. They have not studied anything. No Shastra, no Guru, nothing. But maybe in the previous lifetimes they must have gone very high. But due to some prarabdham, they may have to come here in some family. Like they say that sometimes Brahma appeared as Haridas Thakur. They say like that, isn't it? So it is some prarabdham, that is why he had to come here and take a body in a situation like that. But then very soon they will go back and realize the truth, and they will go back again. So that also will happen. But the interesting thing is that after realization, whatever they have spoken, generally it will always be in compliance with what the Upanishads have spoken. So we'll stop there today. Continue tomorrow. All glory to Srila Prabhupada.